Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. On Christmas Eve, Broadway's natives dance their Christmas dance to the music of carols flowing out of tinseled loudspeakers. The kids mash their noses against plate glass, lick it, and watch the mechanical clown, the mechanized tour army, the tin man dancing a jig on a tin box, and their eyes are dark with desire and hunger. They make a wish on a neon star. That's how it is on Christmas Eve on Broadway. My beat. On the morning of the day before Christmas, creatures are stirring at police headquarters. There's the patter of tired feet and the sound of manly giggles as little gifts are hidden in desk drawers or poured into Dixie cups or slipped under the police blotter. And in my office, there's a kid I knew, name of Marty Wednick.
Danny, I don't like to disturb you at this unmentionable hour.
10 o'clock in the morning, unmentionable?
You kidding? Sleep has not yet fled from my starry eyes. What makes me bounce from my pillow at an hour which is for the squares is a problem.
What's your problem, Marty?
Am I or am I not the child president of your branch of the Police Athletic League?
You are?
So I promised my constituency of fellow former delinquents a Santa Claus for Christmas. That's the problem. When are you going to give with a Santa Claus? Don't laugh, Danny. A former delinquent shouldn't be disillusioned. Could make him a neurotic. So I repeat, on behalf of my constituents, where is Santa Claus?
He'll be here in a minute, Marty. Sergeant Tartaglia... Oh, here he is. Come on in, Sergeant.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what
This
fun.
guy's a sergeant?
Huh?
Hey, Tartaglia, this is Marty Wednick. He wants Santa Claus.
Oh, he's coming, Danny, he's coming. Come on in, Sandy. Everybody, make way, everybody, for Santa Claus.
And what's your alias, name, little boy? Ho, ho, ha. Hey.
This guy's a Santa Claus.
Who's the kid? The punk, Danny. Who is he?
Marty Wednick, that's who I am. So you're Santa Claus, huh? Audition me something.
What? Why, you crummy
Take
little...
your hands off me, Santa Claus. Is this the Christmas spirit?
I'll give it to you in the mouth, fresh kid.
You and how many rings?
Wait a minute, you two. Marty, this is Nick Norman.
Nick Norman, the ex-con?
How do you like this monster? For 15 years, I've been playing Santa Claus at Sing Sing with no complaints, mind you. The first day I am a free civilian playing me old part, the squirt gives me the hook. I resigned from Santa Claus. I didn't get treatment like this even from the guards.
Take it easy, Nick. Marty didn't mean it. Did you, Marty?
How was I to know that Santa Claus here was the world-famous light-fingered safecracker?
Ex-light-fingered, world-famous safecracker, you.
Well, does he meet with your approval, Marty?
Well, the costume is sloppy, the beard's moth-eaten, but yeah, he'll do.
Don't do me no favors, punk.
You want to know something, Nick?
What's something?
I like you. I think you are the best Santa Claus it has ever been my privilege to present to my constituents of the PAL. This is from the heart, Nick.
Oh, that's better. You gotta show respect for Santa Claus. What time's your party?
8 o'clock tonight. You'll be there?
I'll be there.
Well, so long, Danny, Sergeant, Santa Claus. See you at the party. Merry Christmas.
That's a good kid. Appreciates the finer things.
Feels good to be out, huh, Nick?
15 years is a long night without sleep, Danny. Yeah, feels good. And thanks for the job as Santa Claus. I would miss it after all these years.
And the deal we made. That feels good, too, huh?
Oh, yeah, the deal, sure, Danny. I'll keep my promise to you.
That's good. You won't forget what happened 15 years ago on Christmas Eve.
How can I forget? It was like today. I was all dressed up like Santa Claus. I had a few idle hours, and right in front of me there just happened to be an idle safe. So I cracked it. So I got caught.
Uh-huh. Now, what are you going to do now, between now and 8 o'clock, the time the party starts?
Walk the thoroughfares and wish everybody joyous tidings and pat kids on the head.
And leave their mothers' purses alone.
Oh, Danny, how can you talk to Santa Claus that way? I promised you that...
Sure you did. Hey, Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Tag along with Santa Claus. Fresh air will do you both good.
Oh, gee, thanks, Danny, thanks. You know, the fresh air will do us both good.
Yeah, but hold his hand, Tartaglia, so he won't get lost. We don't want him to get lost, do we?
Oh, no, Danny.
No, because what's Christmas without Santa Claus? Have fun, boys. So everybody was happy, and that was good because it was the season for it. Sergeant Tartaglia was happy because I had not only given him permission to leave the room, I'd told him to go out and take a walk with Santa Claus. And everyone knows that Santa Claus is always happy, even if once upon a time he had to spread his glad tidings around Sing Sing. I considered it a while, and then I decided to inhale the bloom of Christmas as it filtered through police headquarters. And it made me feel happy, too. It lasted for 2 inhales.
The sign on the door says Lieutenant Danny Clover. I don't believe in signs. What's your name?
What's yours?
I came prepared for a question like that. Here's my card.
Thanks. Simon Larrabee, real estate and rentals. You renting something, Mr. Larrabee?
That would give you the upper hand. 2 questions to my 1. And you haven't answered it yet.
Danny Clover, like the sign says. That's my name.
You're quite right. I am renting something.
Go ahead. Rent away. I like to watch.
I'm doing it now. Just looking at you. I'm renting that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
Well, if it makes you happy... Wait a minute. That's our clubhouse. That's where the kids are having our Christmas party.
Are you?
What's the...
What else can it be? Where's the rent?
Rent for what?
Rent for that property known as the Warehouse at 2290 East Grand Street.
You mean it hasn't been paid? How much is it?
It's $62.50 a month. Oh, that includes utilities.
I'll pay it. The club's treasurer will reimburse me.
You don't understand, Mr. Clever. When I rent something, I get a year's rent in advance. That comes to $750. And I want it before there's any party there.
Are you kidding? Why are those kids going to get money like that?
Well, I'll give you until 8 o'clock to get the money, and I'll just sit right here until then.
All right. Grab yourself a police gazette.
Never touch the stuff.
Suit yourself. Oh, excuse me, Simon. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Patrolman Curcio.
Yeah, what is it? I can hardly hear you, Curcio.
Yeah, well, no wonder. Listen what I gotta talk through. Listen, Danny. Hey, you see what I mean?
Why the sirens? What's the trouble?
Sergeant Tartaglia is up a tree.
What?
Sergeant Tartaglia is in a tree on the Avenue 8 playground, Danny. He flipped his lid. He's telling anyone that'll listen that there ain't no Santa Claus. Hey, you better come on down, Danny.
When I got down to the Avenue A playground, it was having the Christmas party of its life. A 30-foot tree complete with tinsel, candy canes, colored popcorn balls, firemen, and a scared sergeant policeman, forlorn and lost, pinned to its top branch. The fire department finally convinced Tartaglia that a ladder was a safe invention for getting down out of tall trees. At the bottom rung, he almost believed it. When his feet touched the ground, they gave him a blanket because he was suffering from shock. He was about to tell the newsreel boys his ordeal when I faced him.
Oh, Danny, I was about to tell the newsreel boys my ordeal.
Well, just tell me first, Tartaglia, because I hardly ever get to the movies.
I'll be with you in just a minute, sir. Oh, Danny, it was awful. It was something awful.
I only ask this because there's so much about you I don't know, Tartaglia. Why do you climb trees?
Oh, I don't, Danny. The height scares me. When I was a child, a tree threw me on the ground.
Still, you climbed this tree. Why?
Oh, because I'm a policeman.
That makes sense. But how?
Well, sure it does, Danny. The kids see me, I am a policeman. They need to put a star on top of their Christmas tree. They ask me because I am a policeman and can do such things. I couldn't let the department down, Danny.
So you leave Nick Norman alone, all by himself, because you don't want to let the department down.
Oh, I knew you would say that. But I trusted Nick because he is Santa Claus. He told me I could trust him.
Sure you can, Tartaglia. But what happened to Santa Claus? He's not around.
That's right. There ain't no Santa Claus, like I've been saying.
They told me you were saying that. What happened to him, Tartaglia?
Well, Danny, whilst I was up in the tree pinning the star, below me I saw a big black bulletproof sedan.
What kind?
A big black bulletproof sedan.
Now I know. Then what happened?
Well, this big black bulletproof sedan stopped by Nick, our Santa Claus. 2 men got out, talked him for a minute, then took them one by each arm, deposited them in the car, closed the door, and away they sped, careening on 2 wheels. I yelled to them to stop, Danny. But I guess they didn't hear me on account of the hustle and bustle.
Our Santa Claus, Tartaglia. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Well, if I was Santa Claus, I know where I'd go.
Not that it matters, but where?
Well, to my mother. On Christmas Eve, she deserves something like that.
I'm sure she does.
So we have you now, Sergeant Tartaglia?
I'll make good in the newsreels, Tartaglia. This may be your big chance.
Yeah?
Are Are you Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I'm Danny Clover.
Yeah?
May I come in, Mrs. Norman?
Why?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
About Nick, about your son.
Come in.
Thanks.
In here, in the parlor. Sit down.
Thank you.
No, not on that seat, that one. What do you want to talk about Nick?
Do you know where he is?
No, you don't tell me no more. One day when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me, he said, Ma, don't ask me where I've been no more, 'cause I'll lie to you. That's what he said.
Then you don't know where he is.
Don't make me go through that again, Sonny. Say, who are you to ask me questions?
I told you I was...
Yeah, you did. You said you's Danny Clover. That don't mean nothing to me. Oh, you must be the guy come about,
I am. That's why I came.
Well, you tell me what you come here for.
For, you know, just as you said.
Oh, this I like. This lets me play cagey like in the old days. What are you talking about?
You know your son, Nick.
You gotta squirm more than that, kiddo. What about Nick?
We want him to be our Santa Claus.
Bingo.
That's good.
Oh, it must be a good feeling, a young man like you. Big, strong, looking for Santa Claus. Me? I just sat here in my rocking chair.
Mrs. Norman.
Thinking about the times we had, me and Big Ed, my husband. The time...
I have to go now, Mrs. Norman. Where's your son?
Oh, you made me go through it again. One day, when he was 9 years old, Nick said to me...
Yeah, oh, thanks,
Ma,
Mrs. Norman.
don't ask me where I've been.
Hi, Danny. Did you find Santa Claus?
No, Tartaglia. What are you doing about it?
Me? Nothing.
That's good. Anyone to see me?
Yeah, in your office. Hey, Danny, what are you angry at me for, huh, Danny?
Hey, Danny, what's this I hear about Santa Claus taking a powder?
You'll get your Santa Claus, Marty. You still here, Simon Larrabee?
Yes, I'm waiting. Just as I told you, I'm waiting for my $750 rent.
Can you imagine this gonif, Danny? On Christmas Eve, he wants his rent. This is a Christmas, no Santa Claus, no party. What am I going to tell my constituents?
It'll work out, Marty. We'll get the money someplace.
By 8 o'clock, Mr.
Oh,
Clover.
shut up, Simon.
But, Danny, no Santa Claus.
Hold it, everybody. I got the solution. Communications, this is Sergeant Tartaglia in Danny Clover's office. An all-points bulletin. Pickup man. Description as follows. Height, 5 feet 11. Weight, 235. When last seen, was wearing a red suit, a red hat with bells, and black boots. Identifying marks. Has a long, snow-white beard. What's his name? Santa Claus!
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. $51,000 in cash and wonderful prizes. Danny Seymour might play Santa Claus to you tonight, and he might fill up your stockings with that 51 grand if you can identify the phantom voice. Listen in just a little later tonight to Sing It Again.
Broadway brings you Christmas in a lot of ways. You get dribbled around by the opposing teams of last-minute shoppers. You ride backwards on up escalators so you can be in a good position for the down escalators. You get mauled and shoved and picked over. And finally, you get gift-wrapped and sent on your way. My way was out to lunch and back to police headquarters, holding my Christmas stocking in my hand. I had two things, no rent and no Santa Claus. Two nothings which made for an empty holiday. Sergeant Tartaglia wasn't enjoying himself either, and he expressed himself with sentiment.
Humbug.
What did you say, Tartaglia?
Humbug, Danny. That's a Christmas expression I picked up to be used when you wished it was the 4th of July instead.
Yeah, me too.
You seen the afternoon papers, Danny? Yeah. Take a look at it.
You look at it for me. What does it say?
Now, first it has got a picture on the front page of a tree. In the tree is me.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says under it, Officer Gino Tartaglia. Yeah, hey, Danny, they spelled it right. Now, Officer Tartaglia spent the afternoon cavorting in a tree to the delight and applause of all the little... Well, it runs on like that.
Oh, forget it. It wasn't your fault.
Then that's what I tried to tell Mrs. Tartaglia.
Doesn't she believe you?
Danny, she called me on the phone. I said, hello? She said, Signor Tarzan. Then she started laughing, hysterical. I can't get her to talk. Every time I pick up my phone, all I hear is Mrs. Tartaglia laughing.
I got my problems, too.
Yeah, this is probably the first time in the history of Santa Claus that he's ever heisted from his appointed rounds.
Maybe. Hey, did you get in touch with Nick's mother again, like I told you?
Oh, Danny, she ain't nowhere to be found. The old day must have skipped. And the 200 Santa Clauses that the boys investigated, not one of these is Nick Norman under the beard. Oh, I'll get it, Danny.
Thanks.
Sergeant Tartaglia. Huh? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Danny.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Maxie. You know, Maxine Riddell.
Yeah, how are you, Maxie?
I'm in lingerie, Danny. Come on down.
What?
In the lingerie department at Fletcher's department store. Working. I got news for you. News about Nick Norman. You interested, Danny?
Yeah, I am. Hold on to everything, Maxie. I'll be right down.
Here, mister. Take this black nightgown over to that girl over there. She'll gift wrap it up. Hi, Danny. How am I doing?
Great, Maxie. Only great. How long you been working here?
Only for the Christmas season, Danny. But the way I've been operating, I think maybe they'll keep me on.
No questions about your background?
You mean about me being a shoplifter?
Uh-huh.
That's the reason I got the job. The way I was lifting things, I told them it'd be cheaper for them if they put me on the sales force. So they did. So for $22 a week, I'm an honest mouse. Anyway, it's steady.
Keep it that way, huh, Maxie?
Anything you say, Danny. Well, now that we've had our tea, I guess you want to know about Nick.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart to be a stoolie. You know how it is, Danny. Me with my former alliances.
But it's different now.
Yeah, different. I want it to be different for Tussie, too. You remember how it was between me and Tussie.
How was it?
It was gorgeous. That's why I'm being a pigeon, Danny. If Nick made up his mind to be a kosher citizen, he should stick to it. Not fall back into the arms of a mob like a doll who says mama.
Which mob, Maxie?
Tussie Cons. Such a name for a gorilla. Tussie. How do you figure a name like that?
I don't know him. Where do I find him?
Tussie just got back from Chicago. He bought the Domino Club. I happened to be passing there on my lunch hour, and I saw Nick in a Santa Claus suit drinking grape juice with Tussie. Oh, excuse me, Danny, a customer. Yes, madam. Something for yourself.
Thanks, Maxie.
For what? We have some gorgeous outside girdles, madam, for everyday wear. They're right over here.
The Domino Club in the West 50s is a bright and shiny joint plastered with black glass. It stands close to the ground between two peeling brownstones. When you walk into it, you have the feeling you're walking into the mouth of a beetle. Its walls are lined with black mirrors, and its ceiling is draped with folds of scarlet silk. And at 6 o'clock of a Christmas Eve, the boys, complete with Christmas-wrapped girls, are beginning to gather. You ask a busboy in white tie and tails, where's Tussie Carnes? And he lifts an eyebrow to a guy standing near the bandstand. A guy grinning like an alley cat, while a girl pins a sprig of mistletoe to his lapel. You wait till she kisses Tussie. Then Tussie kisses her. But his eyes are open and flicking around the joint, so he sees you and pushes the girl away.
Beat it, Blitzen, I got company. Merry Christmas, stranger. You want something from Tussie, boy?
Same to you. I want Nick Norman.
Oh, that's a big desire on a holiday. Why you want Nick? Tell Tussie, boy.
Maybe I gotta explain. I'm Danny Clover, a cop. I want him.
Don't everybody? Come with me, Sonny. Santa's right down at the end of this hallway. Merry Christmas, Melvin.
Ain't it though, Tussie?
Merry Christmas, George.
Likewise, I'm sure.
I brought you a present, boys.
Goody.
Likewise.
Where's Nick Norman?
This fella here, he says to Tussie boy he wants Nick Norman, our Santa Claus.
Uh-oh. What big eyes you have, mister.
And you know something else that's plain precious, boys?
No. Do tell us, Tussie.
The fella says he is a cop. Isn't that cute, huh?
I could die.
Yeah. So show the fella Santa Claus, huh, fellas? Merry Christmas, Danny Clover. Oh, Tussie boy said that, didn't he?
Stay away from me.
But first we want to wish you on a star. Like
You too crazy. Stay away from me.
I think that was not enough stars. I'll give him another package.
You know that Tussie is good to us. He gave us the best Christmas present two fellas could ever have.
Don't be greedy, Melvin. Leave some for me. Oh, look at that. It's all gone.
Come on, Danny, open your eyes.
What?
Yeah, open your eyes, Danny. It's getting late. Ain't you heard? Christmas is coming.
Hey, it's you, Nick Norman.
Oh, Danny, call me Sandy Claus. That's the nicest alias I got.
Now, look, Nick, I'm going to...
Oh, here, I'll help you up, Danny. Yeah, sit on the edge of the sofa there. Yeah. Sandy Claus, Danny.
Santa Claus, huh?
Sure.
So help me, Nick, where I'm going to put you, you'll spend the next 94 Christmases in solitary.
Take it easy, Danny. Come on, let's get out of here. I'll be late for that kid's party. Come on.
You mean let's get out of here just like that? I don't have to beat my way out of here?
What for?
What's all this about, Nick, Santa Claus?
You're adult today, Danny. What's the matter with you?
But you were kidnapped.
Kidnapped? Me? Who would want to do a thing like that to jolly old me?
A man in a tree said two guys pushed you into a car. He only had a bird's eye view, but he said kidnapped.
You mean Melvin and George?
I mean Melvin and George.
Two pals from Chicago, Daddy. They heard I was out and wanted I should be Santa Claus to a private party they was giving. That's all. Harmless guys, pals, buddies. We enjoy each other.
Yeah, they enjoyed me, too.
Before they left town for this party, they said to tell you... Oh, wait a minute, I wrote it down. It says, Dear Danny Clover, sorry we made a mistake and beat up your head. May the bells ring a joyous Noel for you. Signed, XX. That's Melvin and George.
A mistake, huh?
Sure. They knew some mob or other might try to get me as Santa Claus. They figured you was a mob, so they protected me from you, like you was fibbing about being a cop. After they walloped you unconscious, they went through your pockets and saw you was really a cop. So they wrote this note. The running ink you see here on the note, Danny, that's tears. You'll forgive him, won't you, Danny?
Yeah. How about your mother?
Well, that was your error, Danny. You didn't tell Mom you was from the police, so she thought just like Melvin and George.
Gave me the double talk.
Yeah, that's my mom. A grand old dame. You know what I told her once when I was 9 years old?
Yeah, no, my sleigh's outside. I'll give you a ride back to my office.
Well, that means the whole thing was an error in identification and motive, as they say, huh, Danny?
That's right. Isn't that right, Santa?
Sure. I'll tell it to you again if you want.
No, never mind. What happened to Simon Larrabee?
Oh, he went out for a feast of spud nuts and coffee.
Hey, you don't look very happy, Tartaglia.
No, Danny. I ain't happy. Unhappy. Very.
What's the matter? We've got Santa Claus? Come on, smile. It's going to be a fine Christmas.
I can't, Danny. I just can't. It's Mrs. Tartaglia. Yeah, now she ain't laughing anymore. The neighbors are laughing and Mrs. Tartaglia is crying.
Why?
Well, the later editions of the paper said that Santa Claus was heisted and it was because I was in a tree. Yeah, the papers say I, single-handed, messed up Christmas.
Bad as that, huh? Well, I'll tell you, Tartaglia...
Hey, what about my Christmas party?
Well, not yet, Santa. Wait till you get to the party.
Say, the press was saying that you were snatched, Sandy. What gives? It said that mobsters grabbed you.
Nah, it was just a little misunderstanding.
That's right, Marty. Nick was grabbed by mobsters.
Huh?
Yeah, well, then how'd he get away?
Sergeant Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Sergeant Tartaglia. The kind of policeman who tracks down criminals to the lair.
I am, Danny?
The kind that single-handed rescued Santa Claus from the jaws of disaster.
This guy did that?
Yep. I'm just about to call the press boys and tell them about it.
Oh, Danny.
I mean it, Tartaglia. Don't be so modest. I'm going to do just that.
Danny.
Put Marty in a cab, Tartaglia. I'll send Santa down the squad car in a little while.
Yeah, sure. Well, come on, little tyke. Marty.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Danny.
Whatever you tell the press guys, Danny, I'll swear to it.
Sure you will.
Yeah, that's a fine Christmas you're giving everybody, Danny. How about yourself?
Oh, I'll have fun at the party. I always do.
Where is it? Where's my money?
Oh, look, Mr. Larrabee, it's Christmas.
Of course, it's Christmas. That's why I want my rent, so I can have a Merry Christmas.
Hey, Danny, who is this guy that needs rent to have a Merry Christmas?
This is Simon Larrabee. He wants a year's rent in advance for that warehouse where the kids are having their party. Or else, no party.
Yes, that's who I am.
Oh, like that, huh? So that's how you are, huh, Simon?
Stop breathing in my face, Santa Claus.
All them kids wanting to have a party, and a Simon like you wants to louse it up.
Oh, put him down, Nick.
Yes,
I ain't doing nothing, Danny. Just holding Simon up so I can breathe in his face.
Please.
I want you to think about something, Simon. Think about all those kids that are looking forward to their Christmas party, which ain't gonna happen on account of you. Think about it.
All right, I'm thinking, yes.
Maybe you could think better with a pen in your hand, Simon.
Yes,
a pen that will write out a receipt for a year's rent in advance, huh, Simon?
Of course. Oh, Christmas spirit and all that. Yes, I'll get my receipt book. Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Well, I haven't felt so good in years. Yes, here you are, Mr. Glover. A receipt for a year's rent in advance. And tell the darlings, Merry Christmas with us.
Yeah, I will.
Ain't he a nice fella, Danny? Come on, nice fella. I'll take you to a party. Merry Christmas, Danny.
It's a Merry Christmas, Danny.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. Merry Christmas. On Christmas Eve, Broadway is almost like any other place in the world. The bells ring out, the horns blow, there's laughter. And the Mazdas on the Translux spell out slowly, word by word, peace on earth, goodwill to men. And you read it, you believe it. Because on Christmas Eve, you believe a miracle. Then a whirl of confetti is in your eyes, and you're pushed along with the crowd, and you never see the next news bulletin. You don't try to look back. It's Broadway, the merriest, the shiniest, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Gil Stratton Jr., Howard McNear, Hal March, Bert Holland, Shep Menken, Estelle Dodge, and Peggy Weber.
Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The sound that eddies upward from Broadway is the sound of shock, a thing composed of laughter, trumpet, the clack of heels, a cry from a lonely bed. You stand at the window at police headquarters waiting for some part of it to touch you. And in one way or another it does. The frightened voice through a phone, the impersonal alarm of a teletype, or a tired officer walks into your office, tugs at your sleeve, gives you a message. Shooting on the Manhattan side of the George Washington Bridge, it says. Take the last side road on your right before you get there. Officer Murray will meet you. The siren on your squad car spills into the empty pockets of the night, fills them with its own brand of shock. And you're there, and Officer Murray meets you.
This way, Danny. That car parked over there.
What happened?
A boy and a girl. You'll see. Kim?
How bad?
I'm no doc, Danny. Ambulance is on its way. Lost a lot of blood. When I found him, the car was open. The boy's position like he was trying to get out of the car.
What about the girl?
4 shots from up pretty close, looks like. Dead.
Motive?
Like I said, I'm not a doc, but it wasn't robbery. Here, wallets from both with just the amount of money you'd expect neatly dressed kids like that to have. Identification, too.
Let's see. Boy's name, Ted Forstek. Girls, Ruth Ballard. Both kids, both of them. Just touching 20.
There's something else, Danny.
What?
Other side of the road. Come on.
Somebody picked a nice secluded place for killing.
Yeah. This road's blocked off, Danny, but kids slip around wooden roadblocks. That makes it a lover's lane, makes it more thrilling. Here. Look, see?
Huh? It looks like somebody made a U-turn in an awful hurry.
Yeah. Narrow tire threads, I guess Model A. Smack this tree, some paint scraped off. Oh, comes the ambulance, Danny.
Then to the whispered, muffled sounds of the night in the river is added the furied lament of the siren, and the attendants of the dead and the dying are there. They lift the boy gently, carry him to the waiting ambulance. Then the girl. There's less need to be gentle. They close the doors, and the boy and girl belong to them, to the attendants of death. And for a fragment of an instant, there's silence. Then the night returns to fury. At headquarters, you make your initial report. You leave orders to trace a car that left tire marks and paint scrapings across the road from the scene of death. You look for duties that will delay you, and there are none. And you know you must go to an address and tell whoever is there that a girl has been murdered. A man is there, a man who's been watching the fights on television, drinking a glass of beer.
Just a moment, Mr. Clover. I'll turn the sound down. There. And we can still see the picture. We won't be interrupted. You enjoy the fights, Mr. Clover?
Ruth Ballard, is she?
Ruth? Ruth is my daughter, Mr. Clover. Is that why you're here, because of Ruth?
Ruth's mother, Mr. Ballard. Maybe she should be here, too.
Ruth's mother's dead. She died 3 years ago. What about Ruth, Mr. Clover? Something wrong? She been in an accident? Please, Mr. Clover, don't just stand there. What is it? Why are you here?
Mr. Ballard, it's...
Something's happened to Ruth, hasn't it? Tell me. I have a right to know.
Ruth is dead, Mr. Ballard.
No.
I know of no other way to say it, Mr. Ballard. There's...
No. It's all right, Mr. Clover. It's all right. You have to do things I understand. How? Ruth, how?
We found her in a car, shot, murdered, Mr. Ballard.
In Ted's car?
Ted Forstek? Yes.
The boy?
He was shot, too, but he's alive. Unconscious, but alive.
I'm glad for Ted. He's a good boy.
You knew him, Mr. Ballard?
Only when it came to take Ruth out. We'd talk a little about the fights. I'd offer him a beer. And then Ruth would be all dressed. They'd go out. I'd wait up for Ruth. Because I don't get much chance to talk to her. I work all day, so I wait up for her. I was doing that tonight.
Her other friends, Mr. Ballard, who were they?
I don't know. I know very little of how Ruth lived when I was away from her. It's hard, Mr. Clover, to be a father, to take care of a girl properly, to buy her clothes, food, make it so she could hold her head up among her friends. I didn't do so good, did I, Mr. Clover? No good.
Mr. Ballard,
You know something, Mr. Clover? Ruth wasn't really my daughter. She was a stepdaughter. I adopted her because I loved her mother. Then I loved Ruth like she was my own flesh and blood. Now it's my fault. I should have taken her away where a child can live decently. It's all my fault.
Mr. Ballard, if I can help in some way...
No. Thank you. Just go away, Mr. Clover. Just go away.
You leave quietly because the words are never there to touch a bowed-down heart. It's almost midnight, but you've another call to make. The address is on Amsterdam Avenue. The address in the wounded boy's wallet. The front of it is a store, stationery, candy and cigarettes, the peeling gilt says. Walk in and face the lady and the man who are about ready to close for the night.
Phone is right over there in back of candy counter.
Perhaps the mister wants to buy something, Anna. Perhaps he doesn't.
This time of night? You know, Mikhail, this time of night is always to use phone.
No,
See, to buy something, Anna.
I'm from the police.
Yesterday we had sent money for license to sell cigarettes. Check. Check is good one.
Please, Anna, the mister said nothing to check. Police?
Danny Clover. You're Mr. and Mrs. Forstek?
So?
Maybe...
What do you want of us?
Your son, Ted.
Yeah?
Ted and police. Finally. He has hit a man, robbed a man.
He's been shot.
Robbed a man and was shot.
No, not like that.
Yeah? Bad? Hurt bad?
Pretty bad, Mr. Forstek.
And it hurts, Ted?
He's unconscious. He's in the hospital, St. Agnes. He's being taken care of.
What happened to Ted?
We don't know exactly. He was parked in a car with a girl, with Ruth Ballard. She was shot to death. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe you can help.
A boy of mine. His friends hoodlums from gutters. This is help I give you.
What about his friends?
He belongs to a club, as a young man should, for social, for contacts. The Adonis Club, it is called.
Our baby. Living his life with bombs.
All right. And the girl, Ruth Ballard?
He mentioned her name, I think, but it was not frequent name. I'm sorry for her.
Oh, good evening. Customer.
Not customer, Evelyn.
Oh, then I invite him, too. Where's Ted?
He is...
I brought a cake from the party. A whole cake with white frosting. Nobody touched a drop. Where's Ted?
A neighbor of this woman, Mr. Evelyn Sherman. She shows puppets to parties. Sometimes she brings something to us from party.
I'm from the police, Miss Sherman.
What's the matter with Ted?
He's been shot.
Liar. Show me you're from the police.
Evelyn, the man...
Show me.
All right. Here.
But he's a baby. Ted's a little baby. I watched him grow up. Shot.
You better come with me, all of you. I'll take you to the hospital. At the hospital, a nun told us softly that we couldn't see the boy. He was still unconscious. Dr. Sinsky was with him, had left orders no one was to be permitted to disturb him, not even a Mr. Clover. We'd have to wait until Dr. Sinsky said it was all right. So we waited. Then a nun walked through the dark corridor and ushered the shadows of night away, and it was daylight. The city yawned and began its day-long scream. And we waited. Then a voice whispered to me that there was a phone call for Lieutenant Clover in the office. This way. Thank you, sister. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Sergeant Gino Tartaglia. How's the boy?
He's not out of it yet. What do you want, Tartaglia?
We traced the car, Danny. That car that left its fingerprints at the scene of the crime. We tracked it down, Danny.
Where is it?
It is a delivery truck in the alley back of Kilbert's Cleaning and Dyeing Establishment, 1845 West 125th Street. Registered to George Kilbert. On the ball, huh, Danny?
Yeah, you can paste a gold star in your notebook, little Gino.
Be with you in a minute, pal. Oh, these pleated skirts. They take the life out of a man. These pleated skirts make you old before your time.
You're Calvert? George Calvert?
Yeah, I told you I'd be with you in a minute, pal. There. This doll will love me for the way I press his skirt.
You're big with the ladies, huh, George?
Well, let's put it this way. Not one of them has sent in her resignation as yet.
Where were you last night, George?
You must have a reason to ask me something personal like that. You a wounded husband or something?
I'm just a policeman, George.
Oh, don't show me your badge. I can tell by your sloppy suit.
Where were you last night, George?
I don't think you got a right to ask me without you show me I committed a sin or something.
I'll do that, George. Where you were, where your car was, a murder was committed.
You mean up there near the George Washington Bridge, a girl was murdered?
I didn't say a girl.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't pin me to the wall. I said a girl because up there in that Lover's Lane, it's known that girls are sometimes killed. There are guys who go around doing that.
You were there, huh, George? Alone?
You got nothing says I was there. You're trying, policeman. That's all you're doing. Trying.
There was a tire mark off your delivery truck. Your fender scraped on a tree, left paint. What was the matter, George? Were you in a hurry to get away?
No, I wasn't in a hurry. She just wanted another kiss. She likes to cuddle up and kiss me while I'm driving. This is bound to make me lose a little control.
See? Who, George?
The once-a-weeker. We date once a week. June Leonard. Lives in Brooklyn someplace. You go ask her. She was with me all the time. I don't know anything about a murder. Ask her. And fix her so she don't lie.
June Leonard, huh? We'll ask her. While you were up there, George, with June Leonard, did you hear shots, a series of shots?
We heard nothing. Nothing at all. Except each other. That's how it is when you're in love.
You should know, George. Let's go.
Go? Go where? What are you talking about?
Booking you for suspicion of murder.
Are you crazy? You're crazy, you stinking rotten cop! You walk into my place of business and take me away from
He was scared and protesting when I took him with me. At headquarters, I had a thing to do. I called the hospital and told Dr. Sinsky I was on my way down. And Dr. Sinsky said room 302. He'd wait for me by the elevator door. It took 10 minutes to get there. And Dr. Sinsky was waiting.
Danny.
Dr. Sinsky, how's the boy?
Danny, why is it that our conversation must always open on sorrow?
Can I see him?
This way, Danny. In here. You know these people, Danny. Mr. and Mrs. Forrestek, Miss Sherman.
Yeah, I do. Doctor, it seemed like my son, his lips were moving just as you left the room.
Yes? Danny.
What?
Quietly, Dan. Please. The stethoscope on the table.
All right. Here.
My son. My son. My son. My son.
He's dead, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the late summer afternoon, Broadway stands on a corner, sips its penny plain, and sums up the day. Some days are better than others. Some days you break even. The horse don't come in, but you don't get fired that day either. You get a play and you don't get hurt. But take today now. Here's a day. DiMaggio miracled with bases loaded. The Rainmakers worked up a due. And a boy, a lover, died of bullet wounds inflicted by a person or persons unknown, thus holding in final embrace the girl he loved. The girl who was also shot to death in Lover's Lane. Here's maybe a tragic day, but here is a day. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia presented it to me.
Danny, I give you the end of a perfect day. When you come to the end of a perfect
Tartaglia,
day.
you're singing again.
Oh, Danny. Danny, you are like my wife, like Mrs. Tartaglia. You deny me and yourself the pleasures of life.
Oh?
Yeah. At home, every time I start singing, Mrs. Tartaglia turns on the Hoover. She says it's to vacuum clean the Tartaglia rug. But all the time, I think it's because she's jealous of my vocal cords. Well, Danny, what progress have we made?
No, you tell me, remember?
Oh, yeah. Item. The boy, Ted Forrestek, like a million other kids in our city. Too tough, too smart, from a poor family, consorted with others of his type in a club called the Adonis Club.
I know. The girl, Ruth?
Nah, no connection with the Adonis Club. No close connection with anybody except her stepfather and the boy, from what we can find out. Nobody wanted her dead, from what we can find out.
Anything else?
Yeah. We have picked up June Leonard, that dry cleaning man's girlfriend.
Why didn't you tell me? Where is she?
Right outside, Danny. Should I bring her in?
Miss Leonard?
Miss Leonard.
Come in. Sit down, Miss Leonard.
Why was I arrested? Why was I brought here? I never done nothing.
Last night, Miss Leonard. Where were you?
I was home. I was sitting at home listening to the radio.
You're lying, Miss Leonard. George Calvert says you were with him.
Promised me. All right, so I was with George. Is that wrong to be with a fella? You arrest girls for that?
We do, and there's been a murder. 2 murders.
What are you talking about? Murder? I don't know nothing about a murder.
All I know is I work and try to have a little fun. All of a sudden, murder.
Ruth Ballard. Did you know her, June?
No, I didn't know any girl by that name. Oh, please, let me go, will ya? My father will throw me out if they find out I got mixed up in
Ted
a...
Forstek. Did you know him?
No, I never heard of him.
George Kelber. Did he know them?
How do I know who George knows? All I know is he thinks he shows me a good time sometimes. I ask him no personal questions.
Ruth Ballard and Ted Forstek were shot to death near the George Washington Bridge last night. You were there, June.
No, I wasn't.
You were, June. George says you were. How long were you there?
I don't know. An hour, maybe 2 hours.
Did you hear shots while you were up there with George?
Shots?
Pistol shots, shots from a revolver.
No, I didn't hear anything like that. I didn't hear anything except George whispering to me.
George says he heard shots.
Why, that dirty... All right. All right, I heard him. I heard a lot of shots. I got scared. I made George drive us away from there real fast because I was scared.
George was with you all the time?
Leave me alone, can't you? Please leave me alone. I want my father.
Taglia.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah. Come with me, Miss Leonard. Come along.
Sergeant Tattaglia was gentle when he took her away. Then I made a phone call to the Adonis Club. No one was there, boys told me. Try later when everybody would be there at the dance, Daddy-O, the voice said. Starts at 10. Come one, come all, Daddy-O. Daddy-O got there at 10:30 to the basement clubhouse on 3rd Avenue. Got pointed out the Chief Adonis, a youth who leaned against the barn, was having fun looking at the dancers through a beer bottle held by like a telescope. I ruined it for him.
You're in the way, Buster.
I want to talk to you.
Huh? All right. What's your big need, Buster?
I'm from the police.
Oh? Well, make me think so. You're hiding your buzzer under the lapel? Let me look, huh?
See?
Huh. I'm Dolly Nercio, you?
Danny Clover.
All right. We got no back room here, if that's what.
About Ted Forstek. He was a member here.
A cub, an apprentice. We were breaking him in.
You celebrating his memory with this dance?
No. Life goes on, the book says. The dance was scheduled before Ted's dying was. Poor Ted.
Who killed him, Dolly?
Who killed him, Mr. Clover?
Look, Dolly.
What do you want me to say, Mr. Clover? I don't know who killed him. I knew Forstek. Sure played cards with him, hoisted a glass with him, exchanged phone numbers with him. That's the thick and thin I went through with him. So now I'll never talk to him, so...
Nothing else, huh?
He was a fortunate boy, Mr. Clover. He's dead, but when he wasn't that way, he was fortunate. So let's not pop a tear.
Fortunate?
Girls. He was a boy girls were happy with.
And?
Happy girls are generous girls. One of them was real happy. One of them was real generous. Give him nice things. Shirts to wear, wallet stripped from alligators, money stripped from who knows where, expensive watches to make his wrist look pretty.
What girl did that?
They never said. That's a number we never exchanged. But real expensive stuff, Mr. Clover. You'd never believe it.
Not an idea. Who?
If I did, I'd take over. None of our girls could afford that stuff. Hey, go look at that loot, Mr. Clover. It's still around, I guess. You'll see what I mean.
Mr. Forstek. Mr. Forstek, wake up.
I was not asleep. Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover. The messenger of death. Who died today, Mr. Clover?
Mr. Forstek.
Look at my little store, Mr. Clover. Look at how it's covered with dust. I don't take care anymore. All my life I build something, keep it clean, gets covered with dust. My boy, too.
Mr. Forstek, I came
to grieve with us, with me, with my wife, Anna. It is hard to understand Anna sometimes, Mr. Clover. Her mouth says to you she hates our boy, but now he is dead and Anna lies on our bed and does not speak, does not weep. But in the night she cries out our boy's name. Thank you, Mr. Clover. Goodbye.
Your boy's room, Mr. Forstek. There may be something in it that'll help us find Ted's murderer.
It will not bring our boy back. It will not make him answer his mother's cry.
I have to get into that room, Mr. Forstek. If not me, someone else, but we'll get into it.
You will be quiet. You will be very quiet. You will not say a word to Anna.
Where is it?
In the back. What is left of our life hides in the back. Come, Mr. Clover.
Forster.
Quiet. I told you, Anders, not to know you're here. This is Ted's room.
Where'd he keep his things?
What things? All over the room are things that belong to my boy.
Personal things, jewelry, wallet, things like that.
Oh. Here, in the dresser drawer. Here they are, Mr. Clover. Expensive things. This watch, this wallet of alligator money.
Where'd he get them?
I do not know. Anna thought he robbed them.
What do you think, Mr. Fosdick?
They are rich. I never knew things like these. I could not get them for Ted. Ted could not for himself.
What do you think he got him, Mr. Fosdick?
I told you I do not know. I asked Ted. I beat him to tell me. I beat him. He could have broken me. He said, it's none of your business, old man.
I want to take these with me.
All right. But you will return, Mr. Clover, before Anna knows they are gone. You will return them. Please, Mr. Clover.
Danny, can I see you for a minute?
Sure, Dr. Sinsky, anytime. Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, what's on your mind, Doctor?
Nothing, except I dropped in here to conform with standard operating procedure, autopsy report. You in the mood to listen? I think you should.
All right. Go ahead.
Ruth Ballard shot 4 times. Supplementary report from ballistics showed the bullets from the same gun that killed the boy. 4 times, Danny. Any one of the shots would have killed her instantaneously.
Oh, what else about the girl?
Nothing else.
Oh, then she was killed only because someone wanted her dead.
What?
Someone wanted her dead, Doctor.
I know, 4 shots. A person in animal fury would have done that. From what I can tell, I'd say she was sitting in the car. A person came up to her, shot her 4 times. Nothing more than that.
Huh?
Do you know who did that, Danny?
A person who was jealous of her. A person who loved Ted Forrester. A person who gave Ted expensive presents.
Do you know who?
Don't make me repeat myself, Doctor.
Then who?
Stick around. I'll show the person to you.
Yes? Oh, it's, Mr. Clover, isn't it?
May I come in, Miss Sherman?
Well, I was just practicing my puppets for a party tomorrow, Kitty's party.
May I come in?
All right, come in. What do you want, Mr. Clover?
It's about Ted.
About his murderer?
Maybe.
Then why are you here?
Go ahead, Miss Sherman. Practice your puppets. I'll just look around.
But I don't see why we'd be...
Go ahead, Miss Sherman. Hey, Sherman.
Wait a minute. What is it?
This photograph of Ted.
He gave it to me.
This ribbon from a track meet tucked in the frame.
He won it. He gave it to me.
Why should he give them to you?
I asked him something he liked, and he gave them to me.
Huh? These, too?
Put them down.
Man's gloves. Ted's?
Put them down.
All right. Ted's gloves, huh?
If you're through, you can get out.
Not yet. I want to show you some things.
You've got nothing to show me. Get out.
A wallet. A wristwatch. You gave them to Ted. Look at them, Evelyn.
Give them to me. You've got no right to touch
Presents
them.
to Ted from you, Evelyn.
Give them to me.
Because you loved the boy. Really loved him like a woman loves a man.
All right. Yes, I loved him because he was someone a woman could love.
And be jealous of.
Yes, yes.
But he didn't love you?
You're lying.
He didn't. That's why he was with Ruth.
Ruth was nothing to him. He always came back to me.
For the rich presents. He didn't love you.
You lie. You're a liar.
So you killed the girl. Shot her 4 times in your fury. And Ted. Why did you shoot him? Because he tried to stop you? Because you knew he didn't love you? He didn't love you. He didn't, Evelyn.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to kill Ted. He got in the way.
She stood there, her body swaying, her fingertips pressed into her cheeks. Then a thing happened. She looked suddenly old. The youth she had fled from her. All at once she accepted it. Knew there was nothing left. She made no protest when I took her arm and led her through the door. Broadway, where the people of the swarm race against the fugitive night. Each in his own way, make time stand still. That's the trick. But dawn comes and the gutters are choked with the wasted minutes, the infinite man-hours of loneliness. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Lieutenant Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Lillian Bayef, Bea Benaderet, Jerry Hausner, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, and Anthony Barrett.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
On the days before Christmas, Broadway dances along to carols that flow from sequined loudspeakers. The kids mash their noses against the plate glass, lick it, and watch. And it's all there. The mechanical clown, the tin man dancing a jig on a tin box, the toy army precisely to scale with the latest equipment, mechanized. And eyes are bright with desire and hope. It's the one time in the year when odds are better that dreams will come true. So make a wish on a neon star. And in the short time before Christmas, creatures were stirring at police headquarters. There's the patter of tired feet and the sound of manly giggles as little gifts are hidden in desk drawers or poured into Dixie cups or slipped under the police blotter. And in my office, my strong right arm, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia. Yeah, it's getting pretty late, Gino. A couple more hours, you can go home and finish decorating your Christmas tree.
Indeed, indeed.
Getting a lot of nice things this year, Gino?
Oh, many's the things, Danny. I guess my old cockles should be warmed. But they're not.
Oh? Something wrong, Gino?
What I want most for Christmas, Danny, I'm not going to get. I'm going to get nicks and knacks and an electric shaver and handkerchiefs and socks and ties and a curved K-Woody pipe to smoke my troubles away.
Sounds like a pretty full Christmas to me, Gino.
Ah, humbug. Danny, what I want most is to go out and solve a crime. To meet face to face the sultry sirens, the hardened criminals, and to solve them the way you do. To go out on a case with you, my fondest wish for Christmas.
Oh, police headquarters would fall apart without you, Gino. You just stick around here and do your job.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I just thought I'd let you know, that's all. Oh, well.
I'm going downstairs for some coffee. I'll be back soon.
Roger. face it, Gino. You're stuck in a desk. Yeah? Oh, phone, Gino. Sergeant Gino Tartaglia speaking. Yes. Yes. Yeah, right away. Danny! Hey, Danny!
Yeah, what's the matter, Gino? I haven't gotten my coffee yet.
Coffee? At a time like this? Buddy Malpar, the ne'er-do-well millionaire.
What? What about him?
What about him? He has been slugged.
Let's go, Gino.
Did you say let?
Of course, on a case like this, I'll need you, Gino. Come on.
This is his house, Danny. Let's go. It's locked.
Yeah.
Stand aside, Danny.
No.
We can go in now, Danny.
Gino.
Yeah?
We could have rung the bell.
Who's got time? You coming?
For here, Gino, back of the sofa.
Oh, yeah. Take a note, Danny.
Yes, Sergeant.
Buddy Malpar, the unconscious ne'er-do-well millionaire, battered and bludgeoned on the supraoccipital region of the cranium, back of the skull, Danny. Slugged on the supraoccipital by assailant unknown. From the size of the lump on Buddy Malpar's heretofore refined head, conclude that said lump was administered by a blunt weapon 3 millimeters by 5, of the irregular contour and lead pipe consistency. You got that, Danny?
Yes, Sergeant.
Hold it. I got a P.S. To wit, luxurious apartment of said ne'er-do-well millionaire, one Buddy Malpar, ransacked and left in disarray. P.P.S. The butler of said household will have his work cut out for him.
Shall I phone it in now, Sergeant?
Don't move.
Huh?
The drapes just moved. All right. You, behind those drapes. Out. With your hands clasped behind your neck. Out.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Goody. Danny, it can't be.
It can't be what, Gino?
This man, this hider behind drapes. It can't be. Are you? It is he. Danny, may I present Mike Schreck, the bald-headed miracle detective from Philadelphia.
Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Merry Christmas to you, Mike Schreck.
I assume you gentlemen are of the police of this city?
I present to you, sir, Lieutenant Danny Clover, and myself, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Tartaglia, eh? That name has a familiar ring.
Oh, perhaps because I was an innocent abroad on the guided In the Footsteps of Mike Schreck tour in Philadelphia last summer. I blew myself to it with my vacation money.
No, it's not for that I remember you, sir. It's for the word that has come to me that you are indeed the brains behind the brains of the New York police force.
Oh, come now, Mr. Schreck. You mustn't believe all
Oh, I could have used you, sir, on my famed widow Chalcedony's case. When having trailed the desperado across the 1.83 miles of the Philadelphia-Camden Bridge, I was caught in the seductive toils.
The machine gun brain of the man, Danny. The memory for details. To have made a part of him the size of the Philadelphia-Camden Bridge.
Gentlemen, enough of nostalgia. To work. It was I who phoned this in to you. Being now on the trail of Lance Lash, master criminal of them all, I was led to this place. Only to find Buddy Malpaw, the ne'er-do-well millionaire. Oh, but hush. The man is coming around. What happened, man? Tell us what happened.
You are...
Gently, sir. You are among friends?
We're from the police, Mr. Malpaw. Try to tell us what happened.
Well, I'll try, fellows. I had arranged such a pleasant evening. A date with Rima 9. Oh, not the Rima 9 from Bolivia, but the Miss Rima 9 who was staying at the Stacy Arms.
Go on, Mr. Malpaw.
Rima was to meet me here at 9:30. However, at precisely at 9, the doorbell rang. I went to open it. There was no one there.
No one?
No one. A prank, I thought. I started back into the apartment. Suddenly, the pain, the awful pain screaming through my skull. It was no prank, I assure you. No. Where is it? Where is it?
Where's what, Mr. Malpaw?
It's gone. It was here in this case. It's gone.
What's gone, Mr. Malpaw?
I prized it more than the jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan.
The jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan.
The jewel... What's going on here, Sergeant?
Read your notes, man. Read your notes.
And watch the sergeant as he considers the attitude of the distressed man, the desolation of him, the sergeant's compassion, understanding. The most precious thing of Malpaw's life, the jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan, was gone now, vanished, lost, strayed, stolen, purloined. The sergeant's gentleness, the knowledge of it caught up with Malpaw, took hold, displaced everything until there was only emptiness, void, vacuum, space, nothing. And finally, the ne'er-do-well millionaire's rejection of it. And turn now, Sergeant Tartaglia nods sagely, open the door for him, and leave. Going out of the Stacy Arms, and the clerk at the desk lifts a corner of his lip and an eyebrow when the sergeant mentions the name of a woman he wants to see. The long ride up on the elevator. Walk down the carpeted corridor. The sprig of Christmas holly above the brass door knocker.
This time we'll knock, Danny.
Hi, fellas. Please come in. You'll forgive the way I look.
We're from the police, Miss Nine.
Yeah, we got some questions to ask you.
A piece of finery I picked up at Côte d'Azur. I always wear it at this hour, the wishing hour. You may call me Rima.
I'm Gino. He's Danny.
It's about Buddy Malpaw, Miss Nine.
Yes.
He was beaten and robbed this evening.
You may sit here beside me, if you wish.
None of this sultry siren stuff, Miss Nine. Didn't you have a date with Mr. Malpaw this evening?
Yes, I did, at 9:30.
That check, Sergeant.
What time did you get to the Malpaw mansion?
At 9:30. I rang the bell and rang it. No one answered. I was so disappointed. With an educational evening like that in sight.
Educational?
Buddy was going to show me the jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan. The real one, not the replica.
Oh? There's a replica?
At the Museum of Far Eastern Lore, I often go there in my idle moments and browse around the Far Eastern things.
You're a strange one, Rima.
Yes.
Please go on.
That's how I met Buddy at the museum. Fate plays strange tricks, doesn't it, Gino?
Yeah.
Now, if you'll pardon me, fellows, I must change.
Well, go right ahead. We'll just make ourselves...
Let's go, Gino.
We are sorry, Mr. Zoe, that we have made you open your museum to us at such a late hour.
It is always a pleasure, Sergeant, to indulge the whims of the cultured, though they be policemen.
Thank you, Mr. Zoe.
Not at all. And here, gentlemen, looming above you, is the statue of the fabulous terrorizer, Genghis Khan. Clothed in the cap of Tibetan fur, the jeweled gown of brocaded Peking silk, all of it donated to us most generously by Buddy Malpaw to complete our Far Eastern collection.
And the sword in his hands?
A replica, only I hear, replica of the jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan. And Mr. Malpaw's generosity dissolved when it reached...
Tell us about the scimitar, Mr. Zoe.
With the deepest of pleasure. Genghis tore it from the wounded hands of Jalaleddin.
His arch and bitter enemy, Danny.
Then for centuries it was lost.
3 centuries, Danny.
Vanished. To reappear again in the Renaissance as an ornament worn about the slim waist of
the Lucrezia Borgia, Danny.
If this scimitar were real, Mr. Zoic, how much would it be worth?
Conservatively?
Conservatively.
$500,000. Give a little, take a little.
$500,000, huh? That's all we need to know. Let's go, Danny.
Yeah.
And to you, Mr. Zoic, many thanks and Merry, Merry Christmas.
And to you, sir. The faith.
$500,000, Danny. No wonder Mr. Malpaw, the ne'er-do-well millionaire.
Gino, hit the ground. Hit the... Danny.
Oh.
Gino, you're...
Yeah. Help me, Danny. I've been shot. Oh.
You're listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. It's so delightful it's become a Christmas tradition with Amos and Andy. Tomorrow night, again, Amos will be heard explaining the meaning of the Christmas spirit to his little daughter, Barbadella. It wouldn't be Yuletide without this special bit Amos and Andy contribute to the season's atmosphere, so be sure to hear it again over most of these same CBS radio stations tomorrow night on Amos and Andy.
As the winds move to the place of the year's dying, the Mazdas on Broadway's Translux arrange themselves in merry thoughts. Suitable for Christmas past, Christmas present, Christmas future. Broadway walks by, glances up, smiles, hurries to buy the last-minute gift for the last-minute friend. Crosby sings the tune that's in your heart. The corner Santa Claus winks, and the golden girl stops you, asks which way to Gimbel's, invites you to come along and show her. The budget term dreams are coming true, kid. So go live a little.
Danny, I've been shot. Oh, no. I must have been dreaming. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I was shot.
There you are, Sergeant. As good as new.
My thanks, Dr. Sinsky.
May I say something, Gino?
Indeed you may.
I've been privileged to attend many courageous men. But you, Gino, no other way I can say it. I stand in humility before you.
Ah, Dr. Sinsky, you shouldn't say those things.
He's right, Gino. Dr. Sinsky's only saying what all of us feel. We've already initiated proceedings for an award for bravery beyond the call of duty.
Danny, Dr. Sinsky, dear true friends. I know not what to... May I?
Go right ahead, son.
Thank you. Sergeant Gino Tartaglia speaking. Yes? Yes. Yes. That was my trick. Evil has come to him. Get me a squad car.
But Gino,
Never mind the hole in my head. Danny, a squad car. I can't move.
The door's locked, Gino.
One side. After you, Danny.
Mr. Schreck, what happened to you?
Landslash.
The master criminal of them all?
I give the devil his due.
You haven't told us what happened, Mr. Schreck.
Please, gentlemen, please. You hook me up?
Oh, of course. Now be gentle with him, Danny.
Yeah.
Over here on the bed. Now, tell us about it.
Oh, my friends, I feel I have failed you.
Oh, don't talk like that. After all, how many people have come face to face with Landslash and lived to tell about it?
Give the devil his due.
Yes. Now, would you mind telling us what happened?
I came here to my rooms. Sparsely furnished, you'll admit, but the way I like it. No furbelows to distract my attention. I needed to think. I knew I was once again hot on the trail of Landslash. Once again, from the ends of the earth.
Listen to the man, Danny.
We had met, Landslash and I. The last time on the lonely isle Mauritius, when we battled hand to hand on top of old Farfangen, the volcano.
Yeah, I know, but what happened tonight?
As is my wont before I retired, I looked under my bed, gentlemen, and there he was, Landslash.
So you got under too and started a fight with him, huh?
Yes, it was nip and tuck under there, but if the devil is...
But why did he come here, Mr. Schreck?
He thought I had the jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan. And as you know, gentlemen, I have not. As you... Oh, would you mind, Sergeant?
Oh, of course. Yes? Yes. Yes. How do you like that, Danny?
Like what?
Rima 9.
The sultry siren?
Yeah, she was picked up on a disorderly conduct charge. And you know what she had with her?
No, I don't.
A scimitar. And it was smashed to pieces. Let's go, Danny. If I were you, I'd try a poultice, Mr. Schreck. Open it, Danny.
Yeah.
Well, Reamer, what have you to say for yourself?
This! You!
Take it easy, Reamer. Just relax. Kicking will get you nowhere. A wildcat, Danny.
You! All of you! That's for you!
Easy, girl. Easy. That's it. That's a good girl. That's a baby.
You have strong arms, Sergeant. Don't take them away.
The boys say they picked you up screaming on a street corner. Why were you doing that, Miss Nine?
They tell you about me banging their empty heads together till they rang out the season's greetings?
They mentioned it. Now you tell us why you did all that, and right before Christmas.
You know why. That piece of mail-order carving knife masquerading as the jeweled scimitar of Genghis Khan.
Not the genuine article, huh?
Not the genuine article, huh? He says. It was a fake! A dirty, rotten, so tiny...
Don't scream, Angel. We're all nearby.
Okay, so it was a fake, Miss Nine. Where'd you get it?
What's that got to do?
Only this. You rang Buddy Malbrow's bell at 9 last night. You slugged him, stole the scimitar. Now you're hurt because it's a fake. Charges pile up, huh, Sergeant? Assault, theft?
Indeed they do, Reamer.
Book me for anything you want, lover. Just so you bring in that woman-beating cab driver.
Huh?
The cab driver. I get in this cab. Tell him to get me to the airport in a hurry. Why should I stay in this lonesome town when what I had in my hands was worth $500,000? What I had in my hands.
Go on.
So cabby tilts his cap to me. I see the union label. I figure he's friendly, trustworthy, loyal. I make chit-chat with him when, wham, bang, he turns onto a side street, grabs me by the throat, wrestles me for the scimitar. He looks at it, then breaks it over my head. And you know who he was? Who he really was?
Not.
None other. Lance Lash, the master criminal of them all. Lover, imagine poor little me in the clutches of Lance Lash.
Oh, there. Don't think about it.
You can let her go now, Gino.
Read your notes, man. Just read your notes.
And leave there. Go away. Find a place at police headquarters and close the door to the outside. Think about it, you and Sergeant Tartaglia. Put it down and add it up. It doesn't come out. So Sergeant Tartaglia puts it down and adds it up. And it comes out. Go to a place now, back to the museum, and tell it all to a man you talked to before.
I can't believe it. I just cannot believe
You
it.
better believe it, Mr. Zoic, because that's the only way it makes sense.
That's right. If the scimitar stolen from Buddy Malpaw was a phony, then the one the statue of Genghis Khan is holding is the real one.
The ingeniousness of the man Malpaw. What better way to keep his treasure safe than to put it before the eyes of the world?
We want to see again, Mr. Zoic.
Of course you do. This way. This is very gratifying to me, this publicity. People from all walks of life now drop in to catch a peek of the statue of Genghis Khan holding the scimitar. And just 10 minutes ago, I had to warn a cab driver to keep hands
cab
off.
driver?
Yes. Interesting fellow, too. Interesting face.
We better hurry, Danny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, look. I don't understand.
Genghis Khan. He's dressed like a cab driver.
He's holding a city guidebook in his hand. The scimitar is gone. It's impossible.
Maybe, but it's happened. The cab driver changed clothes.
Maybe we can catch him, Danny.
Yeah.
And maybe that man sitting on the steps saw him.
Let's ask him.
Hey, mister.
Hello.
Did you see a man come out of here a few minutes ago?
Well, I guess I did. I've been sitting here for the last hour.
Did you notice anything strange about any of them, the way one of them was dressed?
Let me see now.
This man had on a fur cap and a brocaded robe. He was carrying a scimitar.
Oh, sure, I saw him. I didn't pay him no mind, though. I just figured he was from California.
Let's go, Gino.
Danny, I think I got it.
Got what?
Get in the car and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, where are we going?
To see Mike Schreck, the bald-headed miracle detective from Philadelphia. I think we're at Trail's End.
Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Clover, Mr. Schreck, and Sergeant Tartaglia.
Be with you in a minute.
We're still waiting, Mr. Shrek.
Come in. Come in. I was just tidying up.
Going someplace, Mr. Shrek?
Back to Philadelphia. I'm afraid Lance Lash has outwitted me again.
Oh, has he now?
Yes, but I'll get him. After the holidays.
Sit down, Mr. Shrek. Tell us how you're going to get Lance Lash.
Well, I'm going to the Congo. After the holidays.
Oh? And why are you going to do that, Mr. Shrek?
Rumor has already drifted up from the veldt of the sudden appearance of the long-lost emerald eye of the goddess Osiris. If I know Lance Lash, that's where he'll be. After the holidays.
He will he? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Shrek.
At your service.
How long did you say the Philadelphia-Camden Bridge was?
1.83 miles.
See? What did I tell you, Danny?
Go ahead, Gino. Correct him.
The length of the Philadelphia-Camden Bridge is 1.81 miles. Did you hear me, Mr. Shrek?
I heard you.
Mike Shrek would never make an error like that.
Oh?
Lance Lash, the master criminal of them all, I presume.
At your service, gentlemen.
Look in the closet, Danny.
Right. It's here, all right. The costume of Genghis Khan.
And, of course, you left the disguise of the cab driver at the museum.
My compliments to you, sir.
You came to the house of Buddy Malpar after the scimitar was stolen. You traced it to Rima 9. Disguised as a cab driver, you found her with it making her flight. You discovered it was a fake.
That is correct. Of course, you know what happened then. I deduced the same thing you did, that the genuine scimitar was at the museum.
Where is it now, Mr. Lash?
Where is it? Why, it is here.
Watch out, Gino. He'll cut you to pieces.
I'll take him, Danny. Lance.
Don't.
Say uncle.
Uncle.
Yeah. Look, Danny. See? I removed this bald-headed toupee, and what do we have? A full head of hair. What a phony you are, Lance Lash.
Gino. Come on, Gino, wake up. Come on.
Huh?
You fell asleep, Gino.
Huh? Yeah, I must have dozed.
No calls, huh?
Yeah, from... No calls.
What's the matter with you, Gino?
Danny.
Yeah?
I had a dream, Danny. I was a big hero. I went out on a case with you.
A dream, huh? I want to tell you something, Gino.
What?
When something happens to you, something real, and then it's over, you know what you have left? Memory.
Yeah, Danny. That's right.
When a dream's over, you can remember it. You have the same thing. A memory. That's all anything is, Gino. A memory.
Then I got my Christmas wish, huh, Danny?
Sure you did. Go on home now.
Sure. Merry Christmas, Danny.
Merry Christmas, Gino. The bells ring out on Broadway, the horns blow, and there's laughter. The translux spells out peace on earth, goodwill to men. You read it and believe it, because it's Christmas time, the time for believing in miracles. The crowd pushes you along, and you're part of it. It makes you happy. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lamont Johnson was heard as Mike Schreck, Georgia Ellis as Rima Nine, Howard McNear as Mr. Zoic, and George Neese as Buddy Malpaw. Ships loaded with vital cargoes for our men at the fighting front are swinging at anchor for lack of radio officers. Men with 6 months merchant ship radio operating experience since 1935 or any kind of FCC license can get an emergency license to ship at once. Write, phone, wire, or go now to American Radio Association, 5 Beekman Street, New York City. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the first week of the new year, Broadway is beside itself with promises. The new leaves have been turned over, the resolutions made, the wife has been kissed in the morning. It's the time of only one martini before dinner, the high-protein diet, and let the blonde stroll by without lifting your hat. Also, it's the week of the clearance sales, goods slightly handled and non-returnable, but at a bargain. So buy something, live it up. It's 1952, the year the boat will come in. It's got to be the year. And in the corridor where I was, the new year was a thing that came and went, paced off by the quiet steps of nurses, a corridor of routine and pain, emergency hospital.
Danny? You got here fast, Danny.
What's the trouble, Dr. Sinsky?
Come on. Report that came with the man said his name was John Dobson.
Can he talk?
No.
How bad is he?
Well, I'm doing everything I can. In here. One thing, he's not in any pain. There's the report over on the table with his effects.
Huh. John Dobson, Park Avenue address. Found in comatose condition in a parked car on East River Drive. Motor still running, 8:20 p.m.
40 minutes ago, Danny.
What's the matter with him, Doctor?
Poison.
Uh-huh. Carrying a lot of money. Over $300 in his wallet.
I've got saliva samples down in the lab, Danny. Until then, I have to treat symptoms. Can't tell what kind of poison. Maybe self-administered.
I doubt it. You ever hear of anybody drinking poison and going for a car ride? I'd say the man was driving when the poison hit him, pulled over to the side,
That's your business. Pardon me, Danny. I've got mine to do.
And the shadows gather, wait on the edge of the circle of light that is a yellowing barrier against them. Holding from them the man, locking from them his life. The shadows wait for a night's decision to be made. The beggars of darkness eager for the handout of death. And working quietly within the fortress of light, Dr. Sinsky, aware of the hunger of shadows, moving quickly against them to deny them a man's dying. Watch it, then leave them alone with it. Go now to the Park Avenue address of John Dobson. Be told that his wife is at home. Ascend to the 30th floor apartment.
clear does it have to be before it penetrates? There's no one home.
The woman's anger tears at her heavily creamed face, intensifies the smallness of her eyes. The only color, the pale, thin lips like an old scar.
Get out before I have you thrown out.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Dobson.
I don't care who you are. You've no right to come here, to wake me, to make me show myself this way.
Your husband's in the police emergency hospital. He's been poisoned.
Come in. You could have phoned, you know.
That's true, we could have.
And you wouldn't have seen me like this. In the way you're privileged. Few men have ever seen me in this. Even John. He has his own bedroom.
Maybe it didn't register, Mrs. Dobson. I said your husband has been poisoned. He's in the police emergency hospital.
Of course I'll go to him if that's what you're implying. If you'd only phoned, I could have worn a proper... Well, now I'll just have to throw on the first thing that... How bad is it?
He's dying.
The blow that crushes you save for a finish right between the eyes. Is that how it's done?
It crushes you?
I love him. That answer your foolish question?
He was found in a parked car, alone. You know where he was before that, Mrs. Dobson?
With me. We had a candlelight dinner here in the apartment. Over a dessert, he kissed me full on the lips. Said he had to go out for the evening. It was hours ago.
Did he tell you where he was going?
He whispered it against my ear. To his old friend, Floyd Gilmore. John and he exchanged old school ties for Christmas.
Where do I find him?
Floyd? He has a devastating little flat in Gramercy Park, done in bachelor's souvenirs. The longer you keep me, you know, the longer it'll take me to get to John's side.
I'll drive you down, Miss Dobson.
It'll be lovely for him. That'll take a while. So you won't bother waiting, will you? Of course you won't.
Hey, what kept... Oh. Yes, what is it?
Your name Floyd Gilmore?
Well, yes, what's...
I'm Danny Clover, police. You mind if I come in?
Well, what for?
It's about John Dobson, I understand.
What about John?
Something's happened to him. He might die.
Yeah, you better come in. In here. He might die?
He's been poisoned. He was found a while ago in his car.
John?
I just talked to his wife. She said he'd been with you.
John never got here. What's the matter? Don't you believe me?
What was he coming to see you about?
I asked you something. Don't you believe me? I told you John never got here.
I asked you something, too.
He was coming over to see me, that's all.
What for? To borrow a book, play chess, what?
You can take fingerprints, mister. I'm telling you, John wasn't here.
That's going to be pretty tough to prove, Mr. Gilmore. John Dobson had plenty of time to be here, be poisoned, and leave.
Be poisoned? You mean be murdered?
If John Dobson dies, it'll be murder.
I'll tell you why he came here.
Came here? You said he didn't.
All right, so I got mixed up. I got a quirk. I get my conjugations mixed when I'm under mental stress. Well, you want to listen to me, or you want to call me a liar and arrest me? Do what you want, mister.
Go ahead. Tell me your story.
I had a friend I wanted John to meet.
Mind if I ask why?
John doesn't get along with his wife. She didn't approve of his outside interests.
You were going to introduce him to an outside interest.
Well, this girl, this friend of mine, is a nice kid. Same kind of personality as John.
Oh?
That's right.
Pretty?
Well, sure. This friend of mine was, well, fetching's the word. Not as pretty as Edna. Not nearly as pretty as John's wife.
What?
I could never understand that about John. A beautiful wife like Edna, all her dough. Why he had so many outside interests. Why he should...
Where do I find this friend of yours?
Oh, Isabel? At the New Howard Hotel. Ask for Isabel Martin, mister. Oh, and tell her I'm sorry. Tell her we couldn't make it tonight.
The New Howard Hotel, a discreet brownstone in the discreet East 60s, designed to recall the foamy days of Victorian elegance. The reproductions of antique hitching posts, standing in frozen wonder at the sleek and snarling 8-cylinder beasts flaunting their chrome. And the lobby hung with maroon velvet, its frayed tassels swaying gently over simulated marble. And presiding over it, a frocked man savoring a well-thumbed pocket edition of Charles Dickens. Take courage by the hand, break through the mists of old lavender, dare to ask him for Isabel Martin. The consequence is no more than a compassionate smile, a whispered room number, and a ride in a self-service elevator hung with the framed messages of beauty salons and credit dentistry. The elevator finally ascends to the height of the 5th floor.
Hi there and hello. You're late. I heard your footsteps in the hall. I opened my door and let out a call. Hi, John.
Not John. I'm from the police, Miss Martin.
Please. Floyd said he'd send me John, and he sends me you. Good old Floyd. Where's good old Floyd? I want to scratch his face.
Let's go inside, Miss Martin.
It's a lovely idea. The loveliest idea of the century. Let's everybody go inside. Let's everybody have a drink. Here, take a sip of mine. I was saving it for John, baby. He won't be here. All right for him. You take a sip of mine, baby.
You think you can understand what I'm going to tell you, Miss Martin?
The things this girl understands. I'm not as gone as all that, mister. Lonesome little drinky while waiting clears the brain. So tell me.
John Dobson is dying. He was poisoned.
That's why he stood me up, huh? 'Cause he's dying.
You waited for him. He never showed up. Is that it?
That's it.
Uh-huh. Do you mind if I look around?
Love it. Love it. Note the tasteful arrangement.
There's another glass here on the night table. Part of a drink in it.
That's where it's been hiding. Come here, lonesome little drinky. I put you down and forgot all about you, didn't I? And poured myself a new one when all the time, lonesome little baby. Pardon me, Dinky. Phone's ringing. Hi there and hello. This was Isabel. Oh, for you, mister.
Danny Clover speaking.
Dr. Sinsky, Danny. Get down here. There's nothing more I can do for him.
Right away, doctor. Get me an empty bottle, Miss Martin. I'll want to take your forgotten drink with me.
Empty? I got a life full of them, mister. Take your pick.
Dr. Sinsky. How is he, doctor?
Not a chance. Mrs. Dobson, Danny. She's in there with him. At such a time, you better leave them alone.
Did he talk? Say anything?
Once. For a second, Danny opened his eyes and said his wife's name. Said Edna. Said my beautiful wife, Edna.
Beautiful?
Even in all her grief, I caught myself staring at her, watching her. Look at her. Even in all her grief.
The circle of shadows was around them. Around the man and his wife. The man with pale death at his cheek. The woman luminous, her face touched with infinite sadness, of infinite loveliness. The tear at her eye's edge, not falling, but held there. The small glistening of despair.
Johnny. Johnny? John! Doctor!
My dear.
My husband. Dead. Johnny. He's dead. Dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Two of our CBS radio gals are at opposite extremes intellectually. Marie Wilson is empty-headed my friend Irma, and Eve Arden is English teaching our Miss Brooks. But in spite of this difference, Irma Peterson and Connie Brooks have two things in common. They're both funny. And they're both yours to laugh at on most of these same CBS radio stations Sunday evenings. Enjoy them both tomorrow night.
The new year has doled out only so many of its night times, and Broadway has already used them, drained them of their neon, their glitter, their anguish. Broadway takes its place in line to wait for the new fallings of darkness, as it did on the fading edge of this nighttime that had come like other Broadway nights. It sparked the spectaculars into winking light, had opened corridors for solitude to walk, had carried on its wind laughter and shock. And Broadway stands dazed and still, waiting for this night, too, to end. Where I was, the night wouldn't depart, because it must linger on the face of a woman, on its beauty, on the tear that held the grief for her dead husband. It must listen close, because her weeping is gentle, distant. Mrs. Dobson. Mrs. Dobson.
Don't look at me. Don't dare look at me.
I'll take you home.
There's no need. I'll manage.
If you want to lie down or need something, the matron will...
You have a dressing room?
What?
A room. Something with a mirror in it. A brightly lit mirror.
I suppose there's one somewhere in...
I shock you, Mr. Clover. I shock you because I insist on being beautiful even while Johnny lies dead. Is that something awful for a woman to want? To be beautiful for her dead husband?
I don't know.
You know it now, Mr. Clover. You've seen me ugly, and you've seen me like this. The lovely one is the woman Johnny knew. The woman Johnny saw when he died. There was never any other. You understand that, Mr. Clover?
I think so.
Good. Now leave me alone with him, will you please? I mean alone. No gratuitous sympathizers. No one to see me with tears on my face. Alone.
To you, Danny, a good morning. You slumbered well in the land of Nod, I hope?
Oh, not so good, Gino. I didn't get home from the hospital until late, and when I finally got to bed...
Well, here's something that'll revive an otherwise drab day, Danny. Surprise.
Electric fan? What for?
Startles you, huh? The self-same fan you commissioned me to have repaired last July. I saved the department money, all fixed and ready to go. To wit. Like Miami.
This is the same...
The same fan by which we have called other names. Motor torn apart at the quick and revived by me, Gino Tartaglia, plus the proto tools Mrs. T slipped into my galoshes for Christmas. Professional, huh? Feel a breeze.
It's January, Gino. Turn it off. Gino?
Yeah. Any other puttering you'd like to have done around here?
Just putter the word about the medical examiner's report.
Roger. John Dobson did indeed die from a poison which Dr. Sinsky did label as being of the alkaloid family. Specific poison and time taken will not be known until autopsy is performed on the vital organs.
What else have you got?
Some background material on Mr. and Mrs. John Dobson, dug out by Obediently Yours and the good Detective Muggavan.
If you please.
Indeed. Mr. Dobson lived by no visible means of support. Nice house, nice clothes, no job. Prior to his exchanging marriage vows with Mrs. Dobson, he lived off handouts from friends.
Go on.
Mr. Dobson did attach himself and married Mrs. Dobson while she was still in widow's weeds.
Oh? Edna Dobson was married before.
To a Timothy French, deceased.
What did Mr. French die of, Gino? Could you find that out?
I did. From an accident. Mr. French was a wheelchair case from his youth. 3 years after his marriage to his wife, he had a misfortune, fell out of his chair down the steps.
And Mrs. Dobson inherited his estate, is that it?
Now, wait a minute, Danny. I'll look in these reports. Just take a second.
Oh, never mind, Gino. Put them on my desk. You did real fine today.
Just wait till July when you can enjoy that fan, Danny. The nice things you'll say about me.
And study the reports the sergeant leaves on your desk. Find that the widow of Timothy French had inherited $250,000, more than half of it in insurance. Find the name of the insurance broker who had handled it, Jonathan Harvey, 12 Broad Street. Go to him. Talk to him.
Let me make my puny attempt at trying to understand you, Mr. Clover.
Go right ahead.
I'll have to block it out on this scratch pad. Now, let's see. Under a general heading, we have your reinvestigation of the death of Timothy French, Edna's first husband.
That's right.
Then, draw a line, and underneath, your reasons for doing so. What shall we put down, Mr. Clover?
Well, Mrs. Dobson's second husband died last night of alkaloid poisoning.
Newspapers had it at great length. I read the head. Aha! I see what you're after, Mr. Clover.
Thank you.
Now I can fill in this side. Here, we have death of husband number 1. Here, death of number 2 in the short space of 2 years. Interesting.
I'm glad you agree.
However, I'm afraid that's as far as it goes, Mr. Clover.
Oh, tell me why.
Perhaps you don't know that my company conducted a most thorough rundown on Mr. French's death. Found it accidental. Though I'm an insurance man, Mr. Clover, I am also a friend.
Huh?
Friend, a confidant to all my clients. As I was to Tim French. As I would be to you.
You knew him well?
My dear young man, I nurtured his romance with Edna.
How did you do that?
Edna was a teller at the Ruxton Bank on Wall. One day I wheeled him along with me while I made a deposit for him.
And that's where he met Edna Dobson, in the bank.
She was plain then. Thoughtless fellow could call her ugly. And Tim was forgive the word, a cripple. Unwanted people. They meet sometimes, fall in love, and get married.
Then one of them dies in a fall.
There you go again, beating your head against a blank wall. It's useless, Mr. Clover. We spent thousands of dollars proving it to ourselves. Tim died accidentally.
So leave there and decide a thing. Mrs. Edna Dobson, ex-bank clerk, widowed twice, was a woman you wanted to talk to again. Go to her apartment house. She's not at home, you're told, by a maid who opened the door for you and got right down on her knees again to dust. Where is she? She's going to a funeral tomorrow, so she's gone to the beauty parlor, naturally. Which one? Lawson's, naturally. So thank the maid who waved her feather duster goodbye to you and go to Lawson's. And meet another woman, dressed fashionably clinical in a white jersey uniform, who sits behind a desk and asks questions.
You a husband?
No, I'm afraid not. I want to see...
Oh, boyfriend, eh? Who have we got under the dryer belongs to you.
I want to see Mrs. Dobson.
What have you been doing all morning, man? Mrs. Dobson's been here since 9. Facials, hair set, contouring, refinishing, reweaving, everything on the menu. And you walk in just as she walks out. I don't envy you.
Oh, why?
If you're a fellow who's going to help her through this bereavement, frankly, I don't envy you. Frankly, you don't look as if you can afford it. I'd get fired if mine here Lawson knew I was talking like this. Mine here is Dutch, you know.
No, I didn't.
But I like your face, to be blunt. Mostly because I like men's faces and I hate to see them be suckered.
I appreciate this.
The dough that Edna Dobson spends on lotions and contours and facials since the first day she came in here.
When was that?
I remember because when she stepped in here, mine here said, I accept the challenge. Her first husband's funeral was at noon. Her appointment was at 4.
And since then, she spent a lot of money, huh?
Not only with us. Take a walk down the street to Rexford's. Find out the dough she spends there on clothes to make her look of the form divine. But believe me, save yourself the walk. I know.
Well, I want to thank you for all you've done for me.
Not that I dislike Mrs. Dobson, you understand. Just that I like to be frank. Understand what I mean?
Right in here, Mrs. Dobson.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Dobson. Come in. Oh, sit down.
Sit down? Here?
Well, this is police headquarters, Mrs. Dobson. The taxpayers don't furnish us with upholstered furniture.
It's so dusty.
Oh, Detective Mugman.
Uh-huh. Now you can sit down, Mrs. Dobson.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you for coming down here to see me.
Did I have a choice?
Well, I didn't want to barge in on you again. I know you like to ready yourself before you meet people.
Thank you again. It was very considerate.
I was telling Mrs. Dobson out in the hall how nice I thought she looked after all she's been through.
He's right, Mrs. Dobson. You do look very lovely.
Thank you. Why did you ask me to come here?
Well, I have a few things I want to talk to you about.
I see.
We were surprised to hear you'd been married once before, Mrs. Dobson.
What of it?
I think it's important that we should know about your first husband.
Know what about him?
How he died.
He died 4 years ago. He fell down the steps in his wheelchair.
Did you push him?
I'm sure there's nothing else you want to say to me.
Did you push him, Mrs. Dobson?
For your information, the insurance adjusters asked me the same thing. If they hadn't reached the conclusion that it was an accident, would I be here?
Sit down, Mrs. Dobson. Look, close the door and sit down. This will only take a few moments. thank you.
Why did your Mr. Muggavan ask me that question?
Well, you don't have to ask him, Mrs. Dobson. Ask me. I'll tell you why. Because his death left you a rich woman.
Yeah. Then by your reasoning, every woman who inherits money is a murderer.
You met your first husband while you were a teller in a bank, didn't you? How did you meet your second husband, John Dobson?
Shall I tell you? Shall I really tell you?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Dobson.
I was eating salted peanuts in a bar. He sent over a note and a bottle of wine.
Who paid for the wine?
What?
The lieutenant asked you who paid for the wine.
Who do you think paid for it?
I doubt whether Mr. Dobson did. He was pretty broke from what I could find out.
That's right, he was broke. What of it? I fell in love with him. Not right away, but eventually I fell in love with him.
Mr. Dobson was a good-looking man. I imagine a lot of women fell in love with him.
But I married him.
When did you find out he was running around with other women, Mrs. Dobson?
He's dead. Leave him alone.
Lieutenant asked you, Mrs. Dobson, when did you find out about
Leave
his
him alone. Leave him alone.
Did he start taking interest in other women when he barged in on you one day like I did and saw you like I did?
What difference does it make?
But here's the way we figure, Mrs. Dobson.
I know what you think. You think I killed my first husband, and you think I killed Johnny.
I don't think we'll ever know about your first husband unless you want to tell us.
It was an accident.
Here's the way we figure, Mrs. Dobson. Your first husband died, and you came into all that money. With money, you could make yourself beautiful. Beauty salons, custom dresses, the works. The way you always wanted to be. Isn't that right, Lieutenant?
Then you met a handsome man, a man who believed you were beautiful, John Dobson. He married you. He had no job. He lived off you. You were satisfied with that as long as he believed you were lovely.
She is lovely, Danny. I don't care what you say.
Then he changed. He started to go around with other women. You couldn't tolerate that. You poisoned him.
You ever see a woman who could wear clothes like her?
No. No, I haven't.
And the way she does her hair.
Yeah. Beautiful.
You think so?
The reporters will think so, too.
The photographers, too.
There'll be pictures of you in all the papers.
All your exclusive clothes. And every woman in the city will be jealous.
Just when women look at me, I can tell what they're thinking. They are jealous.
There'll be interviews.
Understand. All the men, the women crowding the courtroom to get one peek at you.
I killed them. I killed both of them. Will the reporters be here soon?
Broadway's sleeping now. The furious avenue of the night is still. It stretches out in front of you, without beginning, without end. The dumping ground of refuse and ashes and leftovers. The neon words are turned off. But look there, where the sidewalk meets the street. It's your name, written on water. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Idreen Tedrow was heard as Edna Dobson. Featured in the cast were Florence Lake, Jean Tatum, Bill Boucher, and Earl Ross. Tomorrow night, the gal who made good Tuesday nights, Audrey Totter as Millie, joins the Sunday lineup on most of these same stations. Yes, from now on, you can meet Millie and all her hilarious friends, too, Sunday nights on CBS Radio. On the more serious side, tomorrow marks the debut of The People Act, CBS Radio's new series about community problems solved by American communities. You'll find the People Act a fascinating, rewarding experience every Sunday night on CBS Radio, starting tomorrow night. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, those lovable rascals, Amos and Andy, are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, transcribed with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the high noon blaze of July, Broadway walks soft, Broadway walks slow, the dream walk, the careful walk, rhythm to a regret for things that have not yet been. Because other summers have flowed in this street, and other winds, and in their ebbing, the erratic gutter dance of the litter of the season, the snapshot of the July bathing beauty torn in half, then torn again, and once more. The phone number written in lipstick on a barroom napkin, crushed, thrown against an alley wall, because it was a number that rang shrill on emptiness. No answer was the code for last summer. But this time it'll be different. So walk into it, but soft. And in the East 60s, in the apartment where I was, where Detective Muggavan was, July sun, filtered and cooled by linen draperies, cut summer flowers floating in crystal vessels, sun dancing on the backs of tropical fish drifting in glass cages. And the other thing, the man huddled in death, shot, murdered.
The man doesn't, strictly speaking, belong here, Danny.
Oh?
As near as I can make out, the apartment is owned by a Johnny and Anna Lynn. A couple of letters addressed to them that way on the desk. Snapshot album in the bedroom got engraved on its cover, The Life of Johnny and Anna Lynn. A nice-looking couple. Real nice. A matchbook's got Johnny and Anna printed on them. Good-looking couple. Both of them. The man and the woman.
Where'd you find on him?
The usual stuff, things a well-dressed man in his profession would carry. Gold cigarette case, gold money clip with money. A wallet, alligator. Gold tip.
Off the dime, Muggavan.
Oh, yeah. His driver's license, identification card, business cards, all of them say he's... wait a minute. Stacy Parker, jeweler to the discriminating, 617 Madison Avenue.
Those liquor stains on the sofa, rug.
Bourbon. That's how some people live. Bourbon highs at noon, a booze brunch. It's a way to live. A way to entertain.
Whoever it was must have stood close to him.
It happens like that sometimes. Nice place, huh, Danny?
Yeah.
Owned and run by a nice-looking couple who just don't happen to be around. Drink and kill, then maybe go take a walk to where it's shady and cool.
The way you figure, huh, Muggavan?
Happens like that sometimes. Okay, if I put the call into the boys now.
Yeah, I'll do that, Muggavan. And for an instant after that, somehow, time reversed itself in the mind's eye. Look about the room, the beautifully furnished room, the room warmed by sun and the oddments of love. Books, a sonata opened on the piano rack, and on the mantelpiece a stone figure worn smooth by the touch of hands. And consider that before this day it was a room for living. Yesterday, Mr. John Lynn and wife Anna sat here and talked here and had a life here. Then from outside, the intruding sounds, and suddenly the room becomes other things. An overturned glass, whiskey spilled on a rug, and violence, and death. Murder done at high noon. Get with it. Leave there. Take the swift and noiseless elevator ride downstairs. Main lobby. The desk. Show a badge. Ask for the manager. Be directed to an office near the main door. Go there.
Please come in. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Police?
That's right.
Your name, please?
Danny Clover.
Indeed. Mine's Burton. M. Norton Burton.
Yeah, I know. It's on the door. It's on your desk, and there you are.
Yes, indeed. You know, of course, this is not our first murder. In 46, Mr. Goodnow did away with Mrs. Goodnow up in 516, strangled her with a bedsheet. Also a triangle slaying. Your department worked
You
fast
think
on
the
it.
murder upstairs is a result of the triangle?
I'd have no way of knowing, but on the face of it, if you want my opinion...
No, we don't. Not if you have no way of knowing.
I see. What can I do for you, Mr. Clover?
The man who's dead upstairs, he...
I saw him.
You saw him come in?
Indeed not. I stuck my head in the door while your people were milling about. Then I came down here and waited for you. You came.
Do you know who the man was?
No.
Well, tell me something about Mr. and Mrs. Lynn.
They're out. I was standing in the lobby about an hour ago. They walked out, arms about each other as usual.
What do you mean?
I don't appreciate lovemaking in public places. Mr. and Mrs. Lynn always walk through my lobby, arms about each other. That's lovemaking in public places.
Well, what else can you tell me about them?
They paid their rent, which ended our responsibility one to the other. I know nothing else about them, except their exhibitionism in my lobby, which might be something, you know, which might be I'm not too far off when I suggest triangle to you. A man murdered in the apartment of a married couple? What does it suggest to you, sweetness and light?
I'll let you know, Mr. Burton. Thanks a lot. And leave there and ride the humid July streets, and at intervals pause briefly for the traffic-bewildered conquerors from out of town, and for pavement stickball games, and for the sandaled girl who walks lazily across the squad car's path, drains the stoplight down to its last drop of scarlet. It's summer in the city, and the pulse is slow, and in the places of waiting, they'll wait. And at headquarters finally, and fill out the report on violence and death. Issue the all-points bulletin for the pickup of Johnny and Anna Lynn. Then back uptown to Madison Avenue, to a jeweler's shop for the discriminating, to glass cases lined with somber velvet, glinting with the precious stones that sleep under lock and key, that can be kissed awake by the caress of money, and the man in striped pants and the dark silk jacket, proper attire for a handler of jewels.
It goes to show.
What, Mr. Miller? Show what?
How a man can leave his place of business, walk to someplace else in the noonday sun, and fall down exhausted from a bullet. That's what.
That's how Mr. Parker's death impresses you?
Mr. Parker was my boss. He said from clerk I could maybe work up to apprentice jeweler, and then master. Then partners, maybe. It was very impressive how he laid it out to me. This is the impression I get from his getting killed. Now?
What?
Now I can never live up to those nice things he laid out for me. A whole new career of nothing is open to me. That's what.
Tell me about your boss, Mr. Miller.
You want an obituary from me for my late lamented employer? I haven't had experience.
Now, just tell me about him.
Nice fella. Nice reputation in the trade. Handled himself real nice with both sellers and buyers. Sometimes a derelict wanders in here, Mr. Clover. In a piece of newspaper, he's got a jewel that would make you cry. Mr. Parker would buy from him real nice. Then sell at 4 times the price. But nice.
Was he married? Did he have a family?
No, and no. This was his family, in these cases. What's locked in the vault in the back room. Sometimes, after a real good day, he'd blow me to a martini, then walk away before I finished. This was his family.
He was here this morning?
He's got the only key to the shop. He was here. I can prove it to you. I got in.
Then, after a little while, he went out.
Just how it was.
To call on Mr. and Mrs. Lynn.
Just how it was. Except he laughed and passed a remark when he told me where he was going. But you wouldn't know about that.
Why was he calling on the Lynns?
With the Lynns, my boss enjoyed the role of bill collector, personally. They ran up a bill, he went to collect, personally.
And the remark he made before he left, what was it?
You know, I forget. Mr. Parker was all the time passing remarks, right over my head. Maybe I should have jotted them down. Then I wouldn't forget.
Or maybe it'll come to you, Mr. Miller. Real soon, like next time we talk.
Maybe. I gotta close up now, Mr. Clover. I gotta go order a sign that says closed, account of death. It's the custom among merchants on the avenue. Bye, Mr. Clover.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino.
As good as done. I want to explain to you why I came in late this morning, Danny.
That's okay, Gino. I didn't even know anything about it.
It was my morning for Marshall.
What?
Marshall Renbaum, the boy who lives across the street. This morning he left for the Catskills for 2-week summer camp. Every year, Mr. and Mrs. Renbaum send him to me for a talking to before he goes to summer boys' camp on how to conduct himself.
Oh, what did you tell him?
What I told him last year. If he gets jags back-to-back, he should wait till the second time around before he raises. Things like that. You know, Danny, boys' camp law.
Gino.
Last year, Marshall stayed 3 weeks, from what my advice did for him during the first 2.
Hey, Gino, do you have anything for me?
Medical examiner's report, Danny. The deceased, Mr. Stacy Parker, died instantly from a bullet wound of .32 caliber which pierced the temporal lobe, thereby proving without a shadow of a doubt that the holder of the gun was standing sideways to the deceased. Also, paraffin tests revealed that the said shot was fired from up close and...
Pardon me a minute, Gino.
Goes without saying.
Danny Clover speaking.
Muggavan, Danny. Just got a call from Officer Kendall from a call box on 110th Street. Thinks he's located Mr. and Mrs. Lynn.
Where?
East River Drive, Danny, in a parked car. Ken will be waiting for you at the corner of the drive at 111th.
Right.
That car right across the street, sir.
How long they've been parked, officer?
Over an hour. I walked over to tell them there was restricted parking. Saw who they were. Called in without disturbing them. You'll see why.
Yeah.
Try not to drink anymore, baby. I've had enough, and you know when I've had enough. We'll tell him you didn't mean
Mr. Lynn?
You the police?
That's right.
You must be looking for us. My wife shot a man to death.
Yes. Yes, I did.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
National Guard and Reserves train side by side with active duty service members all around the world. They provide added strength, extended capabilities, ongoing support. Their mission is your mission. Their priorities are your priorities. To be combat ready, to provide a strong defense, to serve with dignity and pride. Because they train with you, they'll be ready to serve with you anywhere in the world.
When it's July, the heat that puffs down on Broadway causes minor miracles along its way. The natives festoon themselves with washable prints depicting surfboard riders, old Mount Fujiyama, and proverbs of the day. And you can tell the boys from the girls by the drape of the shirt tail, whether it's knotted in front or it just hangs there. And the season is vintage for the pineapple juice. The mail heavy with postcards from Camp Joy Joy on the Hudson, saltwater taffy from Atlantic City, and genuine pine needles from the Catskills. And those that send them, deserters. Don't mind them. Put on your Hawaiian shirt and Broadway's all yours. And at headquarters, the new July day, interrogation room and the buzz of the electric fan, and murder suspect and husband, Mr. and Mrs. Johnny Lynn.
It wasn't so bad, was it, dear?
What?
I mean, spending the night in jail, it wasn't so bad. I didn't mind it.
It was terrible. I woke up in the middle of the night. I woke up sober, and I didn't know where I was. I screamed. The matron told me where I was. And I remembered.
Everything?
Yes.
Your husband means about Stacy Parker, Mrs. Lynn. You remember shooting him?
Johnny?
Yes, dear?
Why are they holding you?
I guess we didn't make a lot of sense last night, Anna, the way we were drinking. Did we make a lot of sense, Mr. Clover?
Your wife was saying she shot Stacy Parker. You were saying she didn't mean it.
I guess I didn't.
You feel better this morning, Mrs. Lynn?
Well, I'm frightened, that's all. What I did, what's happening now?
Just tell him the way it happened.
Yes.
Well, go on, Mrs. Lynn.
Mr. Parker came over to the apartment in the morning.
Why did he come to your place?
To collect a bill. He's a jeweler. I bought a watch from him.
Why didn't he just bill you?
How do I know why? The doorbell rang. I answered it. There he was. He said he'd come to collect his bill. I told him to come in.
And we started to drink. Don't forget that, Johnny.
And we started to drink.
Pretty early in the day, wasn't it?
What time do you start to drink, Clover?
Why did you kill Stacy Parker, Mrs. Lynn?
Mr. Parker stayed. Johnny went into the shower. Mr. Parker told me I looked attractive in the morning.
And he went after her. Anna said she screamed, but I didn't hear her on account of the showers being on.
So you shot her?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You want to show me how it happened?
After what she's just been through. You tired, baby?
Frightened. I don't want to talk anymore.
We're going to have to hold both of you.
I don't care. I don't care what you do. I'm not going to talk anymore.
Danny Clover speaking.
Muggavan down here. I'm in the Lynn apartment. Can you come up?
What for?
Been nosing around, found some things. Things maybe you ought to see. You coming?
Right away.
Yeah, take a look in this carved chest, Danny. It was locked, draped with a shawl. I got it open.
Mm-hmm.
All these ladies' handbags. A stack of boxes. They got ladies' hose in them. All that stuff just thrown in and locked up, covered with a shawl. What do you figure this lady's handbag is worth, Danny?
Well, I wouldn't know.
It's French. Here, see?
Yeah?
Made in France. Never used. The lace was made by hand.
Beautiful.
My wife stood in front of a shop window once and explained a bag like this to me. Then she caught her breath. Stopped explaining. I wonder what it's worth. Had a whole slew in there just as pretty.
What else did you find?
Hey, wait a minute. I want to show you something. This box of ladies' hose. You ever see it more sheer than
No,
that?
I asked you what else.
Oh, yeah, you did. Over here, Danny. Linen closet. I got to show you. Yeah, just I'll lift this stuff out so you can see back in the shelf.
Perfumes. Imported. Rare. Delicate bottles.
And my wife keeps stuff like that on her dresser in the bedroom where she can see it. 2 bottles toilet water. 1 for evening. When she gets an evening.
You can put the linens back now, Muggavan.
Oh. Maybe it's the latest fad, huh, Danny? Stash the exotic perfumes in the linen closet so the sheets will smell nice. Fad, huh?
Anything else?
Oh, yeah, in Mrs. Lynn's bedroom. Right in here. On the nightstand next to her bed. This jewel box. All this jewelry, all snarled up, knotted. Real pretty stuff. Some expensive, some not. There's a hat box in the top shelf of the closet filled with more stuff like this. And a pillowcase stuffed with little art objects hidden behind the refrigerator in the kitchen. Want to see?
Never mind.
That's right, never mind. We've seen it all before, huh, Danny?
Yeah. Yes?
Mr. Lynn,
Who is this?
Red Wright of the Wright Department Stores. Hello again, Mr. Lynn.
Hello?
The usual thing, Mr. Lynn. Our monthly chat. It's overdue.
Chat?
Someone's listening, huh? The missus? Make your monthly excuse to the pretty Mrs. Lynn and come down, huh? Right away, Mr. Lynn? Thank you, right away.
Keep looking, Muggavan, then check me at headquarters.
You boys are tricky, aren't you?
Why did you call Mr. Lynn? Why did you insist on seeing him?
On account of about this time each month, he pays my department store a little visit. I called up to remind him.
Trying to play it cagey, Mr. Wright?
You get the drift.
I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Wright. I was at the Lynn apartment when you called. This you know. What you don't know is that I saw enough loot in that place to stock it.
Then you figured it, huh?
I just want proof that I'm correct.
Oh, sure. Sure, you're a real correct fellow. Mrs. Anna is a high-class thief. Real psychological stuff. Kleptomaniac. We've got maybe a dozen of them visit us regularly.
And Mrs. Lynn only visits your more expensive departments.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, high class.
And the reason it called her husband. Tell me about that.
It's an arrangement. He drops in sometime during the first week or so of every month. I give him a list of what wifey has heisted. He pays me, sits right where you're sitting, writes me a check without a whimper. Clean, no bargaining, no cops, nothing. Just a check. I don't mind. Why should I mind? Nobody gets hurt.
Back to headquarters, then, and the office. And through the walls, the echoes of a day's violence droned on teletype and typewriter. And from the open window, the murmuring of the summer city, and the beat of July sun against steel and stone and pavement. And a gull that glides a swift curve, catches light on its wing, vanishes. Sit at the desk, listen, watch, and try to piece together the elements that have separately, then in joined climax, contrived the death of a jeweler, Stacy Parker, and a confession to his murder from a woman whose hunger for beauty made her steal and lock away and hide the things of beauty. A woman whose husband paid for her secret thefts, and who was gentle with her, and who was angry at the abrupt questions put to a confessed murderer. Try, and welcome the interruption.
Got things for you, Danny?
Hey, you look hot, Muggavan. Take off your coat. Relax.
Yeah, I'll do that. Hustle around the way I did, Danny, your shirt gets clammy. Nothing you can do about it. Hey, what do you know? A cool breeze.
You been places?
Yeah. To a bank, mostly.
Oh?
I looked around the Lynn apartment some more, Danny, the way you told me. And what I found, it sent me hustling to a bank.
What'd you find?
Oh, in my coat pocket. Wait a minute, I'll show you. These checks. Some canceled, one not. They were in the desk. Oh, before you look at them, Danny, tell me something.
All right. Can't think of a thing.
No, all that loot we found in the Lynn apartment. What do you figure it comes to? In round figures. Come on, tell me.
I don't know. But you do, don't you, Michael?
10 grand. I hacked the stuff down to the boys in technical. They gave me a quick appraisal. 10 grand, they figure. Even with the jewels. Now, look at the check on top made out to Stacy Parker. The uncanceled one. And signed Johnny Lynn.
$60,000.
Tidy sum, huh?
You found it, then you hustled to the bank.
Yeah, I talked to a Mr. Lebo there. He knew all about it. This kind of money impresses even bank tellers.
Muggavan, I know you're hot. You've been through a lot.
Look, I'm coming to it, Danny. Give me a chance to breathe, huh? This Stacy Parker brought this check into cash. The teller asked him to wait a minute because there wasn't that kind of money in Lynn's checking account.
But it's not canceled. What happened?
Well, it goes like this, Danny. The teller called Lynn, asked what to do about the check Mr. Parker just brought in. Lynn said, let me talk to Mr. Parker. He did. Parker and Lynn talked for a few minutes, then Parker hung up.
All right. What else?
That's all. Parker thanked the teller, took the check. Left. Without cashing it.
Wait a minute. This check.
I wondered when you'd notice. You're right. It's been raised. From $6,000 to $60,000.
You did real fine, Muggavan. Thanks a lot. In here, Mr. Lynn.
Oh, wait a minute.
Why?
When am I getting out of this place? I've got to get outside. I've got to arrange about my wife's defense.
In here. Well, sit down. Gino.
She's out here, Danny.
Send her in. Let's cool her off in here. Well, sit down, Mrs. Lynn. How do you feel?
Johnny.
You look fine, baby.
It's awful. Everything's so ugly. Look at me. Look at the way I look.
It'll be all right, baby.
You're going to have to get used to it, Mrs. Lynn. Penitentiary is even worse.
I can't stand it, Johnny.
Baby.
I told you, Johnny, I can't stand it.
Yeah, it's hard for a woman like you. A woman who likes pretty things.
All women like pretty things.
All women don't steal them.
All right, she killed a man. You don't have to get cute about it.
He knows about me, Johnny.
You got a wife, Clover?
No.
You don't know anything.
How long have you been covering up for her?
What do you mean?
Covering up for her, paying for what she's stolen.
Tell him what the doctor said, John.
He wouldn't understand.
Kleptomaniac's no rarity to the police, Mr. Lynn. We know about their compulsion to steal, the reasons for it.
Okay, so you know. You know about her and you know about me. Now a thing's happened. A terrible thing. My wife's killed a man. I've got to get out of here and do something about it.
Johnny.
I said it'll be all right.
Mrs. Lynn,
What?
I saw the things you stole. Beautiful things, exquisite things, expensive, soft, gold, sheer. You hid them away. Why?
Ashamed. So ashamed.
But you like it. You like it.
Yes. Yes, I do. When I'm alone, I take them out and I touch them. And from these things, I don't know, it's a feeling. The things you buy me, Johnny, I never get that feeling from them.
It's all over now. All the pretty things. For a long time.
Johnny.
I told you.
Johnny.
Listen to me, Anna.
Johnny, you got me drunk. Before that man, before Mr. Parker came to the apartment yesterday, you got me drunk. But you know what? I wasn't drunk, Johnny.
Sure.
All the time, even when this man found us in the car, I wasn't drunk. Johnny, honey, I can't stand this place.
Listen, baby, it's going to be all right.
Tell him, Johnny.
I know about the check, Mr. Lynn. I know how it was raised and why it was raised. Blackmail. Stacy Parker raised that check from $6,000 to $60,000. He tried to cash it. Couldn't. Came to you.
I'm sorry, Johnny. You know, I tell you, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I see something pretty, I gotta have it. The doctor told you why. I don't understand why.
My wife. My beautiful wife. My thieving wife.
Look, honey, I knew what you were doing all the while. When you shot that man, told me I did it. It was all right. I wanted to make it up to you some way. Because of what I've done to you. Because I'm what you say, a thief. And what you've gone through for me. But I can't stand it. I can't stay in this place. It's ugly. It makes me ugly. I can't stand it.
She can't stand it. That's my wife, and she can't stand it. What do you think I've stood all these years? What do you think's been happening to me? You think I'm a... Okay, Clover, I'm your boy.
Night turns into Broadway, and it's a corner torn out of a jagged dream, the stuff of nightmare. The million colors, and the mob, and Blair that ebbs, screams again, and the faces darting, wavering, and lost forever. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. Bill Anderson.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the measured screaming of the spectaculars echoes into the wilderness of the night, and their cadence is the beat of a metallic and mechanical heart. This is the rhythm of the life you're assigned to on Broadway. There's nothing you can do about it. You challenge it with a whisper or a plea or a cry, and there's no one to hear it, because Broadway's ears are tuned only to the throb of the mechanical heart. It's Broadway, My Beat. It came at noon, a transcript of a phone conversation requesting the extraordinary pleasure of my presence at the apartment of one Dion Hartley, but urgently, but immediately. So I put my presents in a squad car, brought it to the apartment of Dion Hartley, and placed it therein. It was an experience. The apartment seemed to contain everything exquisite that had been fashioned or dreamed by men, all in crystal glass cases, all tagged with little golden medallions, and all ruled over by Dion Hartley, but exquisitely.
This excruciatingly lovely Grecian statuette, Mr. Clover. You want to know what it cost?
No, not particularly.
Of course you do. It cost me my most precious emotions, even a few pennies of my soul, if I had one. A devastating price to pay, Mr. Clover, for a lousy statue.
If you say so.
You're delightful, Mr. Clover. You want to know why I sent for you? Fatally, inevitably, you.
Now I'm here, I might as well know.
For a very simple reason. I am going to be murdered. Don't look at me that way, Mr. Clover. I'm quite serious.
Tell me about it.
Look about you, Mr. Clover. My apartment, my possessions. All these reveal a man. Me. Dion Hartley. Satirist for the magazine Satire. Revealing, no?
Up to a point.
Exactly. Only to a point. You would not know, for example, that I am abysmally weary of all this, that all these are only toys, that I have played with them, caressed them, and quite had my fill of them. Up to here.
So?
So I have gone on to playing with other things, more variable, more thrilling, more impassioned.
You're out of my depth, Mr. Hartley. Like what things?
Like human emotions, to be exact. An exquisite hobby, Mr. Clover. Humans and their emotions. I get my kicks that way.
That's the kind of man Dion Hartley is, huh?
That he has become. Mr. Clover, I have tuned a certain group of people up to such an emotional pitch that they have no recourse but to murder me, either individually or collectively.
These lucky people, who are they?
That's for you to discover, Mr. Clover.
Wait a minute. You tell me you're going to be murdered. You know the people who might murder you. Still, you won't tell me who they are. I'm suddenly part of the hobby, huh, Mr. Hartley?
Exactly. How discerning of you.
But you'd better explain it to me anyway.
It gives me profound pleasure. This is an exquisite game I have created, Mr. Clover. You are now a part of it. I have made these certain people want desperately to kill me. I shall now make you want to stop them from killing me.
And what do you do during all this?
Nothing. Precisely nothing. I have set marvelous passions in motion. It's like a play. And I am dying to know what happens at the final curtain. Does it interest you, policeman? No. I shall make it more interesting. A proposal, my policeman. If I am not murdered and lying in the blood of my death at the end of this week, say, I shall pay off with $50,000 to your favorite charity. Will you save my life, Mr. Clover?
His fingers reached out and lingered on my lapel long enough to capture a piece of lint. Then they fell away. From him it was a gesture, a smirk. But it was something else. It was his way of making terror and pride a single emotion. Dion Hartley wasn't kidding. So it began, the inquiry as to why a man had to die violently, a man who dared me to stop his dying. Dion Hartley. Broadway knew him as a brittle sophisticate who wrote brittle bits for a 6-bit magazine called Satire. I went there to the magazine's offices. They opened doors for me and supplied long cigarettes and short coffees until the editor could see me. Then the editor could see me.
Sit down, please.
Thanks. I'm Danny Clover.
Shake, Danny Clover. I'm Sybil Raynard. I was just wondering that suit you're wearing. I like the way that fits across the shoulders. Who's your tailor?
I bought it off the rack.
Well, that's a twist I never thought of. Now tell me why we're chatting.
Because of Dion Hartley.
You're his friend, I suppose. Then we shouldn't be chatting at all. We should be screaming at each other.
You hate him, huh?
How pulpy. I love him. It's just extraordinary what Dion can do to a person. Now tell me why I'm answering you.
I've got an interest in Hartley. He's afraid he might die.
That would make you a doctor who I wouldn't talk to. An insurance agent who I'd have thrown out of here. A policeman who I wouldn't talk to, or...
A friend of Dion's. A good friend.
Oh. You too? Well, you never know. Welcome, Danny Clover.
People want to kill him. What people?
Me. I'd want to kill him. I said I loved him. On odd days of the week, starting with Tuesday, I hate him. You can follow me around and see if I'd kill him.
I could do that.
However, there's Camden.
Yes, there is. The one in New Jersey, you mean?
How pulpy can you get? I mean Camden Drake. Camden the writer. The Greenwich Village Camden. Camden Drake will kill Dion someday. You want to make a wager? I could make you a fine, interesting wager, Danny Clover.
It was weird. It made no sense. A policeman tracking down a crime that hadn't been committed. A crime wanted and willed by a man who knew its shape was his own death by murder, and who had called in a policeman to prevent it, if the policeman could. Any setup as insane as that takes special handling. So I handled it in a special way. Sybil Raynard had given me the cue. She wouldn't talk to a policeman, she said. So I stopped being a policeman. I became just the good friend of the good Dion Hartley, and then Dion's other good friends talked to me. Camden Drake was no exception.
Dion sent you to me?
Yes, Camden. Dion said you and I'd have a lot to talk about.
Dion is never wrong.
You're a writer, he said.
I write.
That must be very interesting, to write.
Most of the time, it stinks.
Huh. Dion said you have great talent. He said you were...
Promising?
Promising.
That's funny. He never told me that.
Oh?
Is that the lot we have to talk about, Mr. Clover?
No, I've heard other things about you.
You have? Like what?
Like if Dion should be killed, murdered would be more exact, it would be you who murdered him.
That makes for interesting talk.
You don't want to know who told me that?
Not especially.
But that kind of talk could get back to Dion. It could even break up your friendship. Doesn't that bother you?
No. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Clover. Because the friendship between Dion and me can't be destroyed by the ugly mouth of Sybil Raynard.
You knew all the time, Camden. What's this, Camden? A manuscript you were working on?
Yes, and put it down.
You won't mind if I glance through it. Dion said...
Put it down, I said. Put it down!
Take it easy, Camden. It's not polite to slap friends. Friends of Dion.
If you read a word of that manuscript, I'll kill you.
It's that good,
It's
huh?
only for Dion to see. Only for Dion! Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Camden. But maybe Dion will never get to read it, because he'll be dead. Because maybe you'll kill him before you finish it.
Is that why he sent you here? Because he thought I'd kill him.
Maybe.
Oh, he's so wrong. So wrong. He's got it mixed up, that's all. He should know it's Joan. It can only be Joan.
Joan?
He didn't tell you about her? About Joan York?
No.
Then I'm telling you. Go talk to her, Dion's friend. Ask her why she wants to kill him.
I'll do that, Camden. Where do I find Joan?
In Gramercy Park. 1712 Gramercy Park. Well, it's been a nice talk, Mr. Clover. Promise me you'll never come back.
Yes, who is it?
There was something about her, something like the promise a man makes to himself in some dark part of his life. The promise had the name Joan York. Her dark hair clouded to her shoulders, and her eyes were soft. The planes of her face, her mouth. The promise had the name Joan York.
Who is it, please?
I'm Danny Clover, a friend of yours. Camden Drake said I might speak with you.
Camden? Of course, Mr. Clover. Come in. Sit down, please. How is Camden? Why are you staring, Mr. Clover?
Huh? Oh, he's all right.
Why are you staring?
Was I? I'm sorry.
I don't want to be rude. I was busy.
You were busy. At what?
Illustrating, Mr. Clover. I do that for the magazine, for satire. You wanted to speak with me?
Yes. We were talking, Camden and I, about a man, about Dion Hartley, about Dion's manner of living, his manner of dying. That's when your name was mentioned.
Who are you, Mr. Clover? Another of the charmed circle. A worshipper at the shrine of Hartley. Another of Dion's errand boys.
It's a way of stating it.
Go back to the great Dion, Mr. Clover. Go back and tell him you had your fingertips on my brain and you beguiled me with your charm.
Miss York.
Tell him you did all that and you finally learned that I wished that Dion Hartley were dead. I wished him dead, Mr. Clover. Tell him that.
Why do you hate him so much?
That's a searching question. I hate him because of what he does to people.
To Camden Drake?
To him. To others. But to him. I don't want Camden to disintegrate. To be a friend to Dion Hartley is to sow the seed of your own destruction. But you know that already.
I know.
Then you know the disenchantment that Hartley causes. Hartley sneers at the world and passes it on to all who touch him. That's death to a talent like Camden's.
And you'd wish Hartley dead for that?
I've already told you that, Mr. Clover. Take it back to your Mr. Hartley. Sit by his feet and look up at him, adoring, and tell him I said so. You'd better go now, Mr. Clover.
Can I talk to you now, Danny? Oh, Danny. You've been sitting here for 2 hours now. Your face looks like it's all thumbs, Danny.
You want something, Tartaglia?
Oh, you got a problem? Well, I am ready to receive it, Danny, and give you my utmost opinion on it.
Try this. A man says he's going to be murdered and makes a game out of it. And 3 people in their own way have a motive for killing him. An editor, a writer,
What, Danny?
You never saw such a girl, Tartaglia.
Hey, it ain't spring yet, Danny.
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Dion Hartley, Mr. Clover. Your charity has lost.
What's the matter with you?
You've lost the game, Mr. Clover.
Mr. Hartley.
Don't you see? I've been murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Money, music, fun, and action. Whatever you want, CBS has it for you this Saturday night. Money, $53,000 in cash and prizes in Sing It Again's Phantom Voice Jackpot. Fun, a full measure with the Goldbergs, with Arthur Godfrey's Digest, with the campus kids of Young Love. Music, how can you beat that hour with Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry? And action, you'll get it with Gangbusters. They're all heard every Saturday on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening.
Broadway's a street that'll give you anything you want, anywhere you want it. All you have to do is set your mind to it and be looking in the right direction at the right time. If you look one way, Broadway's liable to wink at you and nod its head. But look another way, you're liable to get a newspaper shoved in your face. That's so you'll see the headline up close. Dion Hartley shot to death. Then you keep on investing in later editions to find out what juicy set of circumstances made Dion Hartley a murder victim. It was my job to gouge out the facts. At headquarters, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia summed it up tersely.
Oh, we got a murder mystery on our hands, Danny.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. And you would have nothing to worry about if you was just frisbeeing a button.
Look, Tartaglia, I've got troubles enough.
Huh? Well, what troubles?
I haven't done this for a long time, Tartaglia. Passed myself off as something I'm not.
Well, that is the duty of a plainclothes detective, Danny.
Yeah, but I don't like the circumstances. This one time, I feel like I'm lying by not telling people I'm an officer. It's a feeling I don't care for.
But, Danny, like I said, this is your duty. I don't understand, Danny. What people in particular do you feel like you're lying to?
To a murderess, maybe. Girl. A girl named Joan York.
Huh?
Sounds funny, huh?
Danny, you shouldn't let certain things blind you to other certain things.
Sure. I'll wait till I'm a little older, huh? I guess it's like this. I've just got a strange idea Joan York's got the best reason for killing Hartley. I hate the idea. I'll see you, Tartaglia. I'm going someplace where I can get the whole thing out of my mind. Joan,
What is it? What do you want, Mr. Clover?
I wanted to talk to someone whose wish came true.
Mine came true. Dion is dead. Is that what you mean?
That's part of it.
And the rest? Tell me the rest, Mr. Clover.
May I come in, Joan?
I want you to.
That music, it's...
Lovely. Haunting. For you. Is it like that for you, Mr. Clover?
like that, but more like... Where's it coming from?
Man in the apartment across the air shaft. He's a student. He plays like that 4 hours a day.
4 hours?
To the minute. But we can't let it stop us, can we? We have to talk about Dion's murder, you and I.
Why do you say that?
Because that's why you came here to me. Because you were Dion's friend. And because you were Dion's friend, you want to know if I killed him.
There could be another reason. Joan, listen to me.
Why do you do that, Mr. Clover?
Was I doing something?
You're different today. The way you say my name, it's gentle. Makes me want to run to you, like a child.
I didn't mean...
No, please don't be embarrassed. It's me. It's the way I talk. Words have no meaning unless they say what you mean.
That makes it easier. You were right, Joan. I want to know if you killed Dion Hartley. I have to know. I have to. Listen to me, Joan. You wanted him dead. You had a motive. At least the police would call it motive.
I hated Dion for destroying people I've loved. Is that motive for killing a man?
Yes.
A good one, don't you think, Mr. Clover?
You tell me, Joan.
I'll tell you. But not now. Not now.
When?
Later. Take me to dinner, Mr. Clover. The Casca. It's a little restaurant with music. Just down the street. 8 o'clock. Is that all right for you? 9 o'clock?
I'll be there, Joan.
Thank you, Mr. Clover. You're late, Mr. Clover. I was beginning to be afraid you wouldn't come.
I'm sorry. I had some things to take
Well,
care
it
of.
doesn't matter. You're here.
Hungry?
Only to talk to someone. You. Are you hungry?
No.
Then we can just sit and talk. I've been thinking, Danny,
What? What were you thinking?
that we're very much alike, you and I.
How, Joan?
There's a kind of terrible loneliness in you. I know it. No, don't stop me. I know it's a loneliness. Because you couldn't understand so well all that's empty and lost and frightened in other people. I know nothing about you, Danny. How did you get so far along so fast?
You're frightened, aren't you, Joan?
No, not that. It's not the right word. Released. Free. Lonely. Are those the words?
It depends.
On what I may have done with my life? Or someone else's life?
On that,
Will you dance with me, Danny?
I want to.
Could you kill Danny?
What?
A man like Dion Hartley. Could you have killed him?
I don't know.
I think you could have. A man like that. Did you? Somewhere, somehow, he must have given you motive, too.
No, I didn't kill him, Joan.
I know you didn't. I just wanted you to consider it for a moment. The thought of killing Dion. It didn't revolt you, did it? Did it, Danny? Dance with me, Danny. Dance with me.
Well, if it isn't Joan Girl, complete with nothing.
Hello, Camden. Goodbye, Camden.
Camden, please.
Please. I like that when you say please to me, Joan. It's like the old golden days before Dion Hartley.
Whatever it is, take it somewhere else, Camden.
That cut it, didn't it, Joan? That shining thing we had, you and I. Dion loused it, didn't he? Didn't he, Joan?
Yes, he made it rotten. He made it filthy. He made me want no part of you or of him.
So you killed him, huh? You killed him! You killed the best thing that ever happened to me! You killed him!
Take it easy, Camden. Take it easy. The people are...
Take your hands off me! Take them off!
Easy, kid, easy.
I told you! Maybe now you'll believe me.
Yeah, that's twice now, Camden. I owe you something.
Here, you two, break it up, break it up. What do you two bums want, all right? Hey,
What's the matter, officer? You want something, officer? Keep away from me.
But
I said keep away.
Okay, but it shall be as you wish. Are you coming quiet, or do I use this stick on you? All right, that's better. Come on.
Thanks, Patrolman Meshikoff. You did great.
Look, I'm only a stupid ox, Danny, but I don't get it. You, I should arrest.
Yeah, exactly that. I didn't want those people to know I was a cop.
Oh.
I want this to look legitimate. Call me a paddy wagon officer. I want to go to jail.
Hey, Danny! Hey, Danny, wait for me!
What is it, Tartaglia?
Oh, word has it you got tangled up last night, Danny. Barroom brawl with a guy named Camden Drake.
So?
Oh, I was just talking to Demchuk, the ambulance driver. He just brought in Camden Drake.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Danny. Shot. They found him in an alley off Bank Street in the village.
I only kidded myself for a couple of hours longer. I told myself maybe Sybil Raynard, the editor of Satire. I told myself that and had her checked and found out she'd flown to Florida immediately after my interview with her and had been confined to her room with the flu since she got off the plane. Airtight. Then I stopped kidding myself. I set everything up with headquarters and walked to where I had to go. And all the way there, the streets were gutters. And where I walked, people looked away.
Danny. Come in, Danny. So early, Danny. It's hardly noon.
You mind, Joan?
Oh, you know I don't. Sit down.
All right. Joan.
Wait a minute, Danny. I'll fix some coffee.
No, don't.
No?
Joan, after I was arrested last night...
I went right home. Is that what you were going to ask me?
Yes. Camden Drake's dead, Joan. He was shot dead.
I don't believe you.
He's dead.
But who?
It doesn't matter much, does it, Joan? Does it?
Look, Danny, I'll get some... Wait, the door. Yes?
Hiya, baby. Hiya, Johnny. Johnny, baby. Say hello, Johnny, baby. Come here.
Danny!
Take your hand off him.
Hey, who you shot? Who is this guy, Johnny?
Outside. I said outside.
What are you...
Danny, he's got a gun!
Yeah.
Danny, what did you do?
Don't worry about it, Joan. I'll get him out of here.
But you've just... He's dead, isn't he?
Get away from him, Joan. You don't have to look at him. Look, listen to me. I'll get him out of here. This doesn't have to concern you at all. You understand that, don't you?
Will you go, Danny?
I've got some money. Europe, maybe. I don't know.
Take me with you.
What?
Take me, Danny.
I just killed a man, Joan. You don't deserve to share that.
Danny?
You just stay here. I'll get rid of him.
Danny, I killed Dion Hartley. Don't stare at me, Danny. Yes, I killed him. I think you knew that, didn't you, Danny? Now you know. Now it makes everything all right. You can take me with you, Danny, both of us.
Joan.
Yes, and Camden Drake, too. I killed him, Danny. Now you can take me, Danny. Now we've got two awful secrets we can share. It's better.
Why? Why did you do it, Joan?
I had to. I thought I was in love. In love with Camden. Dion was squeezing Camden's soul. I killed him.
And the boy?
It was easy. You heard Camden. He didn't want me. Camden knew what I'd done and said he was going to the police. It didn't matter after that. After you.
Didn't you know, Joan?
No. No what?
I'm a policeman, Joan.
Danny.
Get up, Markovan. You can get up now.
Yeah. Okay, Danny.
Danny! Danny, no! No! Danny, you! No!
Hi, Nice morning, huh, Danny? I'd glad to run out and get you some coffee, if you'd like some coffee. Oh, Danny. Danny? These things. I'm sorry, Danny.
It stretches out in front of you, this mirage called Broadway. This street that offers you dreams, then laughs in your face. Its crowd and cruelty, its sound and sorrow, its fury and a teardrop. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Ann Stone, Virginia Gregg, Elliott Reed, Ted Osborne, Bert Holland, and Jack Crucian. America has always been known as the melting pot of the world. All peoples of all races and color and religions living together within the boundaries of a free democracy. The melting process has been long and difficult, but as each year passes, it becomes much easier because part of the mixture now is tolerance, and tolerance can bind a nation together. Help America to always retain her democratic reputation through your tolerance. Accept or reject people on their individual worth and for no other reason than that. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's fury shrieks through the chasms of the city. And finally, the edge of fury washes against a doorway in a side street. The door opens and a voice asks a question.
Police?
You answer the voice and it leads you down a littered hallway, pulls aside a frayed curtain half torn from its wooden rings, escorts you to the center of a wooden platform circled with pale, anonymous faces, and says,
There she is.
Under the naked white glare of a single spotlight lies a girl in a glittering sequin-covered suit of tights. She's like a piece of sculpture torn from its pedestal, but the faint color of death at her lips tells you it's a lie. Then the voice once more.
We would have preferred to welcome you to the IOOFB in another way in other circumstances, but
The IOOF?
B. The International Order of Fuzzy Bears.
Oh, and you're the head bear?
Oh, no. I'm only the fuzzy bear in charge of entertainment. Robert Rover. Most people call me Bob. I sort of make a hobby of entertainment. That's why the fellas, the other fuzzies, voted me.
Well, just tell me what happened, Mr. Rover.
Well, we were in the midst of our gala spring get-together. We always get together at the end of the hibernation period.
Tonight, Mr. Rover. What happened tonight?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. All of us fuzzies were having a jolly good time. Very jolly. When... well, I don't know what happened. I really don't know, except that girl.
Perhaps I can assist you.
Oh?
He's not one of us, Mr. Clover. He's only one of the entertainers.
Please, Mr. Rover. I am Marvin the Great, a magician, a clairvoyant, a hypnotist.
And the girl?
She works with me in my act. I put her in a trance, command her to perform the wishes of our audience. Then, like this, I release her.
See? He did it again, Mr. Clover. He's been doing that for an hour or so, and she won't come out of it. Some of the bears who've been studying hypnotism tried it, too, but still she won't come out of it.
Because she is not hypnotized. She is dead. Any fool can see that. Did you not see it, too? You, from the police?
Yeah, I'd say poisoned. The color of her lips, the blue tinge. Wait. Her eyes, I'd say poisoned. Wouldn't you, Marvin?
How the girl dies is beyond my realm.
Who is she?
Huh? Oh, I have her name here on my list. Just a moment, please. Here it is. This one is Jane Arnold. Check. Jane Arnold. The other entertainers were...
Give me that list, Mr. Rover.
Oh, of course.
How long have you been working with the girl, Marvin?
2 years, maybe 3.
You knew her well, then?
Only as a girl I hired to give femininity to my act. I only knew her well enough to call her on the telephone and tell her I had a job for her.
Someone wanted her dead. Who would that be?
Beyond my realm.
One moment, please. I'm thinking.
Huh?
I'm thinking. I've got it.
What?
The murderer.
Tell me, too, Mr. Rover.
You say she was poisoned. Well...
Maybe.
Absolutely, she was poisoned. Why else would she die without a mark on her? She was murdered by one of us. Either a fuzzy bear or one of the entertainers. The murderer is among us.
Go on, Mr. Rover.
Well, I knew if I put my mind to it, I could solve it. Before the show, we were all being jolly, very jolly. Liquids were flowing out of paper cups into our mouths, and some into the entertainers' mouths, too. Someone slipped poison into a cup and murdered this Jane Arnold. But who? Have that, and we've got it solved.
Brilliant, Mr. Rover. For a fuzzy bear, that's brilliant. The glow wore off. The boys from Technical arrived. Photographs and prints and questions and 1,000 details that attend violence. At 4 o'clock in the morning, an addition was made. Anyone or everyone in the hall could have slipped poison into Jane Arnold's drink. I told the bears to go home, and so did I. About 9, the routine started again. The questioning of the performers who had left the hall. Stop number 1, the pull-the-bed-down-from-the-wall apartment of Celia Stewart, dancer.
You say you're from the police?
That's right.
Please come in. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Ernie! Ernie, we got a visitor. Ernie's my husband, Mr. Clover. Ernie!
You calling me, Celia? You calling?
Pardon me, Mr. Clover. Oh, Ernie, come on. Come on, get up. Oh, now, Ernie, stop it. Come on, we've got a visitor. There we are. This is my husband, Mr. Clover. Ernie, Mr. Clover.
Hello, Ernie.
Hello. I fell down. Would you like a drink, Mr. Clover? Do you think it's too early to have a drink?
Thanks, not now.
Waldo would never join me either. He was a good boy. Did you know Waldo, Mr. Clover?
No,
He was a good boy.
He was a fine boy, Ernie.
But he ran away. He ran away, Celia. Why did he go? You, Mr. Clover, tell me why he ran away.
I don't know, Mrs. Stewart.
Waldo and Ernie were a team, a ventriloquist team.
The best.
The best, Ernie.
Waldo was... Ernie is a ventriloquist, and
Waldo sat on my lap and talked to me. No one talks to me anymore.
I do, Ernie.
Yeah. You do.
You don't understand, do you, Mr. Clover? Ernie had a dummy, Waldo. That was the act. Somehow Waldo got lost. You see what it's done to Ernie.
Why doesn't he get another one, make one?
Oh, you'll laugh. He's done that. He can't get another dummy to talk to him.
Oh. About last night, Mrs. Stewart.
I read about it. I'm sorry about it.
Why did you leave before the entertainment was over?
If you'd seen my act, you'd know why. Besides, I had Ernie to take care of.
Ernie was there?
I don't leave Ernie alone, Mr. Clover.
Did you know Jane Arnold?
Of course. Dozens of us, Mr. Clover, in New York. Entertainers, we call ourselves. We work club dates and conventions, socials. We bump into each other sometimes.
I see.
I didn't kill her, if that's what you're trying to ask me. Everybody liked her.
I liked her. She liked Waldo. I liked her. Mr. Clover.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen Waldo? No? No one has seen Waldo. Where is he, Celia? Where is he?
His body, his hands, his eyes pleaded in a beggar's whimper. Then he gave up. Ernie crumpled to the floor again, and the agony inside him took hold and shook him. His wife watched him for a moment, went over and spoke quietly to him.
Ernie. Get up, Ernie, please. Get up. Ernie.
And I got out. The second on the list of entertainers was Joe Lilly, described as a comedian, sight or talk. Can be reached through Rialto Agency on West 45th. At the agency, a scrub woman told me no one was in. They were never in. If I wanted Joe Lilly, try Charlie's Bar and Grill. That's where the clients hung out, waiting for a call. Moaning it up and waiting for a call. At Charlie's Bar and Grill, they pointed out the comedian to me. They knew that because he was the only one in the joint laughing.
Hey, don't it kill you? Don't it kill you where it hurts, huh? When a dame says to him, "But chief, what do we do with the feathers?" Kills you, huh? Close your eyes because I got another one.
Joe Lilly?
Yeah, who else, friend? But go away because I'm entertaining a group of friends. A point killer. The thoroughfares are lousy with point killers.
A word, Joe. That's all I'll need. A word to a policeman.
Hey, don't go away, friends. Let's catch the man's routine. Could be a lot of rich material in it. That's right. Don't go away. You're my friends.
Last night, Joe, you had a...
Had a call? Yeah, I had a call. At the IOOFB. Ask me what the initials stand for. Go on, somebody. Ask me.
A girl was murdered there.
Gene Arnold. Yeah, I read about it. The Mirror had an item about it.
You didn't get a chance to go on, did you, Joe?
No, I didn't. All those fuzzy bears were deprived of a finale of shock entertainment. Fuzzy bears?
Why did you leave?
Well, I saw something was amiss with the girl, so I left. I figured a murder was a tough act to top.
How did you know it was murder?
How did you know it right off like that? I read in the Mirror how you knew right off. You got a good notice, friend.
You knew Jane?
Well, we worked benefits, parties, street corners. I've teased her. That's how much I know her. Not well enough to kill her.
You drank with her before the show?
Everybody drank with Jane. Everybody drank with everybody.
Maybe you forgot. Maybe you were alone with her in her dressing room and you gave her a drink.
I didn't forget. I wasn't alone with her in her dressing room because there was no dressing room. There never is. We dressed in the men's library.
You went right home?
I came here. My friends will be pleased to tell you because I bought them a drink on a cup.
Where were you before the show?
Here. Every day, all day. I don't make a move. There isn't someone knows it. My home away from home.
Don't leave it, Joe. We may give you a call to entertain down at headquarters. Hello, Tartaglia. What have you got?
Among other things, Danny, a theory. A theory as to the decease of Jane Arnold.
Okay. Let's have it.
Got you on tenterhooks, huh? Now, this theory that I got is not my own, but belongs to the casebook of my favorite magazine, Detective Frisbee Novotny.
Him again, huh?
Yeah. Frisbee Novotny had a similar case of a girl being found dead under similar circumstances. However, in the last paragraph, he revealed that the girl was not dead at all.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it turns out this girl could hold her breath for days. Her daddy used to be a pearl diver, and...
What have you got on Jane Arnold?
Dr. Sinsky, the coroner, says she is indeed dead from a deadly type poison. And all this. The personal effects of Jane Arnold as revealed by the contents of her purse.
Mm-hmm. Keys, lipstick, cigarette lighter, baggage check, cigarettes, compact.
Danny, did you notice the baggage check was 6 months old?
Huh?
Yeah, look at it. A baggage check from the Strand Hotel. The date stamped on it says it's 6 months old.
Hey, you did good, Tartaglia. You did fine. Frisbee be proud of you.
Sorry, the baggage for this trip, C-154, it's not here.
Where is it?
Unclaimed baggage held for longer than 6 months is opened and its contents sold in auction to defray storage charges.
Oh, and that's what happened to it.
Yes, it was sold in auction yesterday.
Yesterday? To whom?
I can tell you that. I keep fine records. The manager, Mr. Fonda, always tells me that. Here, right here.
Mm-hmm.
The contents of M154 were sold to Mr. Lou Granger, 1312 14th Street.
All right. You want a room, mister? Hey, wait a minute. Where's your bag?
Police. What's the room number of Lou Granger?
Granger? Let's see, room 4. Right down there, near the elevator.
Thanks.
Hey, don't go busting in there, 'cause you can't do it.
Oh? Why not?
Well, he's got a sign on his door that says, "Don't disturb." Anyhow, I rapped on his door just 15 minutes ago so the cleaning lady could get in. No answer.
We'll disturb him. You got your keys?
Sure. What's he done?
Not a thing.
Oh. Well, why you police come around?
This Granger's room?
Yeah. Hey, why you police
Open it.
Okay. Hey, Granger. It was bottled. My, such a thirst.
Come on, Granger. Wake up, Granger. Granger.
Dead to the world, ain't he?
Poison. This drink is poison.
Yeah, that stuff is poison. Dead?
Dead.
Wow. Well...
Did this man have any visitors recently?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Could have. But I don't know.
What about him? What do you know about him?
Show business guy. Had an act with dummies. Through his voice.
Ventriloquist?
Yeah, that's a word. With one of them dumb... Hey, look. Gee, I guess Granger did have visitors.
Yeah.
Strange, ain't it? Real strange.
He said it about right. Strange. The thing that stared at both of us was 2 feet high, dressed in red checked muslin. A doll, a dummy. And there was pain on its face. As if it had something to do with a rip in its side. Its hand was thrust into the tear. And the doll stared at us. And there was pain on its face.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
How well do you know the history of your Army? For example, do you know when the first Engineer Corps was established? Although there was a separate engineering department in the Continental Army during the Revolution, it wasn't until 1802 that an act of Congress authorized and established an Engineer Corps in the United States Army. The first corps consisted of 2 assistant engineers, 2 other assistants, and 10 cadets, all under the command of Chief Engineer Major Jonathan Williams. Thus, another page was added to the history of your United States Army.
Broadway is beside itself when it feels the warm breath of summer at its cheek. Its fancy has lately turned to thoughts of sleeping in the park, night ball games, and it stands on street corners considering the girls in their summer dresses. And until there's a favorable breeze, there's always the headlines to look at. Magician's assistant murdered, the early edition screamed. And later, ventriloquist murder, terrifying, sensational, grotesque. Or as Sergeant Tartaglia broke it to me the next day at headquarters.
It's refreshing, Danny.
What is?
These mints. Go ahead, take one.
All right. Anything else, Gino?
Well, now that you ask, Danny, yes. Yes, indeed.
You'll tell, huh?
A man is waiting to see you. A man who gives his name as Ernie Stewart.
Uh-huh. I thought he might drop in. He alone?
Yeah, Danny, yeah. Why?
Nothing. Show him in.
This way in to see Danny Clover, Mr. Stewart. Sit down. Sit down, right over there.
Thank you. You found him, didn't you, Mr. Clover? You found Waldo.
Why do you say that?
Don't play with me. Don't play. People have been for all this time.
Take it easy.
I saw his picture in the paper. You found Waldo with that man in the room. Give him to me.
All right. Is this...
Waldo. Oh. Waldo, boy. Hi, fella. You miss me?
Hi, Ernie. I hurt Ernie.
Danny.
Somebody ripped me, Ernie. I hurt.
You'll be all right. I'll fix you so you'll be all right. Look, Mr. Clover. Waldo talks to me. I'm all right again. Everything's all right again.
Uh-huh.
We're going home, Waldo. You going to like that?
You'll fix me so I won't hurt, won't you?
Hey, Danny, this guy's great. Throwing his voice like that and making that dummy talk.
Hey, Ernie, who's a baldy?
That's Sergeant Tartaglia, Waldo.
Likewise to you.
Ernie, tell me about Jane Arnold.
So pretty.
She's dead.
I knew it was going to happen. The way Marvin treated her.
That Marvin? A magician? All he was good for was being mean to Jane. Isn't that right, Ernie?
You're so right, Waldo. You're always right.
Oh, you know it, Ernie. Well, why did you let him take me away from you?
Then Waldo suggested to Ernie that they had taken enough of my precious time. Besides, Waldo was tired and drained after all he'd been through. Waldo wanted to go home. Ernie apologized to the doll, lifted it to his chest, and carrying Waldo like a babe, walked out of the office. Sergeant Gino Tartaglia and I sat looking at each other. That didn't get us anywhere, so I put a call through to Detective Muggavan. I told him to find the magician, Marvin the Great. In an hour, Muggavan had found him. Marvin had a week's booking in a tired vaudeville house on Upper Broadway. The double feature Western was on, so probably Marvin was in his dressing room. Marvin was.
Do you mind, please, just to hand me my hairpiece, Mr. Clover?
Huh?
The hairpiece, the toupee. There, on the severed mannequin's head.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
You're welcome. Tragic days for magic.
Jane Arnold's death, that's tragic too, huh, Marvin?
So tragic. It looks all right.
Huh?
The hairpiece, Mr. Clover. The glue. It does not show. The line where the glue tacks the hair to my face, that does not show.
We're talking about Jane Arnold.
Why do you bother me with this dead girl? Why do you come before performance and bother me?
I bleed for you. You didn't like Jane, huh, Marvin?
I told you the other time, Jane to me is nothing. To like or to dislike. I paid her for being the girl in my act, that's all.
I heard you mistreated her.
That's a lie. An evil lie. I do not mistreat even an animal. I have animals in my act. Go, ask them. Who told you such a lie?
It doesn't matter. I heard it.
You see? Even you admit it's a lie.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ernie told you. Huh? Ernie Stewart? That miserable alcoholic? That apology for a man who has no dignity or pride without a rag doll in his arms? Ha! I think Waldo is the man and Ernie the dummy.
Tell me more about Ernie, Marvin.
Gladly. You do not know about ventriloquists, Mr. Clover. They are a strange group of men. A dummy is their soul, their wit, their being. Ernie tried to be a man without Waldo.
Explain it to me.
He tried to make time, as you say, with Jane. Jane would have no part of the shell of a man. Perhaps this infuriated Ernie. Huh, Mr. Clover?
Marvin, you're on.
Yes. Excuse me, please. I am wanted for my performance.
The great Marvin walked through the door with a flourish, carrying his props behind him. The only thing left of him in the dressing room was a surplus rabbit who seemed impressed with what Marvin had pulled out of his hat. Ernie had been friendly with Jane. Jane was uninterested. Lou Granger had turned up dead with Ernie's pride and joy, a dummy named Waldo. Ernie was a man with a lot of motives. Back at headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia had a dandy routine that also ended in a flourish. A transcript of a phone conversation to Lieutenant Danny Clover from Joe Lilly. Subject, Ernie Stewart. Remarks, please meet Joe Lilly at the bar, not the grill of Charlie's Bar and Grill. Important. I went there.
Can you stand me this way, Mr. Clover?
What way, Joe?
In a blue and pensive mood. A comic, beating back the tears. How do you make a joke about a murderer?
A nimble boy like you.
A nimble boy like me. Suddenly, I become a guy with a burden. A friend of mine turns out to be a killer.
Ernie Stewart.
Yeah. I'm informing on him.
You had your chance when I talked to you the last time. What happened to your conscience since then?
Nothing. I leveled then. Just that the circumstances have changed. Now Lou Granger's dead, too. That's the circumstance.
Go on.
Mr. Clover, in the bottom of a shot glass lies the answer to all the questions. All the great questions. Yesterday I went visiting, Mr. Clover, to the flat of Ernie and Celia Stewart. Social club for laughs. That household needs laughs. In my grade B way, I tried. Ernie didn't listen to me. He couldn't. He was out like a light. And the phone call came. Celia answered it. She talked with Lou Granger. Lou wanted Ernie to come down and pick something up. Celia seemed happy. She said she'd send Ernie as soon as he woke up. You know what happened?
Yeah, I guess so. Ernie went down to Lou's. Lou had Waldo the dummy. Ernie killed him.
Yeah, Ernie would do that for Waldo.
Yeah, Ernie would.
What? Oh, it's Mr. Clover, isn't it? You're the one who...
Yes, Miss Stewart. Is Ernie in?
No, he's out making the rounds for a job.
Oh?
Yeah, he should be back soon, though. You want to wait for him?
Yes.
Oh, please come in. I was going to call you, Mr. Clover, to thank you.
Thank me?
For what you've done for Ernie.
What'd I do?
You found Waldo. When you did that, you wiped out 6 months of pain. 6 months of... Oh, it tore me apart what it was doing to Ernie not having Waldo. But you fixed that. You gave Waldo back to him.
And now Ernie doesn't need you.
What are you talking about?
You told me you never let Ernie out of your sight. He's out of your sight now. He was out of your sight when he came to my office to pick up Waldo.
I told you I let him go to you because I knew what it meant to him. Now he's looking for a job. But he still needs me. Don't ever make a mistake about that, Mr. Clover.
Ernie needed Jane Arnold, too.
Oh, you know about that. Poor Ernie. He was so lost without Waldo. He reached for anything, even Jane Arnold. I think all that time he didn't even know I was around. Someone to pick him up, to put him to bed, to whisper sleep into his ear.
Jane. How did Jane feel about Ernie?
She laughed at him. Everyone laughed at Ernie then. Laughed. Walked away from him, not laughing.
Mrs. Stewart, there was another time you let Ernie get away from you.
Oh? Oh, you mean the time when we got the call from Lou Granger?
That time.
Why shouldn't I have let Ernie go? Lou said he had Waldo. Bought him at a baggage auction at some hotel. Why shouldn't I have... Mr. Clover. Ernie? Lou?
Hi, everybody.
Hey, look who's here, Ernie. A lost and found department from the police. Maybe you came to get a reward for finding me.
Waldo, you know you're so right. We completely forgot about it. What shall we give him?
We could give him Celia, Ernie.
Put him down, Ernie. Put him down.
Yeah, put him away, Ernie. You're coming with me.
Hey, you lost your marbles. You can't pawn Ernie and me again. He's lost his marbles, Ernie.
What do you want with me, Mr. Clover?
Murder.
Oh, Ernie. Ernie, why? Why did you do it? That girl and Lou. Why did you have to kill him, Ernie?
Get her, will you? Get the axe.
You could have come to me, Ernie. I would have helped you. I've always helped. Oh, shut up, Waldo. Ernie, throw him away. Get rid of him. We were happy without him, Ernie. I took good care of you. We were happy.
Get away from me, Celia. Get away.
Take it easy, Ernie boy. You've been through enough. I'll talk for you.
Yeah, what does he want to say, Waldo?
Ernie, throw him away. Kill him.
What does he want to say, Waldo?
Celia says she was happy without me. That's why she put me in the trunk, because she was jealous of me. She checked me in the baggage room at a hotel and forgot about me.
Did you do that, Celia?
Don't listen to him.
But Jane Arnold suspected it was Celia who had gotten rid of me, and because she liked Ernie and was worried about what happened to me, she kept looking through Celia's things.
So she found the baggage check in Celia's purse?
Oh, that must have made you angry, Celia. Oh, angry enough to poison her.
What about Lou, Waldo?
Oh, that was tricky. Lou called Ernie to say he had me, but Celia went down there instead. When Lou saw it was Celia who came after me instead of Ernie, he knew what Celia had been doing, so Celia had to kill him. And tried to kill me, too.
Yeah, that bothered me, Waldo. If Ernie went to Lou to pick you up, why did he leave you there?
I'm telling you, it was Celia.
Why didn't Ernie tell me all this before, Waldo?
He was sick. Without me, he can't think. You wanted to murder her, Mr. Clover. Well, there she is.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him. He won't take you away from me, Ernie. Give it to me. Give it to me. Ernie. Ernie, you monster. I'll tear you. I'll break you like the girl, like Lou. Get you.
The fingers ripped at the cheap cloth, scattered it, tore away the laughing mouth. There was nothing left of Waldo. Wood shavings, the broken face and rags. And standing there receiving it as if Waldo's death were his own death, Ernie. Then the woman, the murderess, fell to her knees, and her voice.
We can be together now, Ernie. See? We can be together now.
Broadway leaps into the night, and the sound it makes is the rasp of life deep inside the earth, the hiss of neon and the gaudy laugh. They melt together, and the sound you get is shock. But there's another, the teardrop and the sigh. No one listens because no one hears. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Stan Waxman, Elliot Reed, Mary Lansing, Herb Butterfield, Jerry Hausner, and Hy Averback.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In summer's deep night, Broadway has gone home. The seesaw of color is gone. The riot of night sounds is stilled. The sleeping dream is the order of the hour. And on the streets, litter and mist. And across the curves of city and sky, a new day waits. But now is a special time on Broadway, because all of it belongs to you. So lean against the lamppost, lock your hands in back of you, and let a night die around you. And soon a newspaper will drift and be trapped against your leg. And suddenly it will be yesterday's, because tomorrow has just happened. Where I was, police headquarters, night watch, the darkness holds still a small time longer. And there was this. The telephone, and through it, the woman's sobs. And this.
What's the matter with that operator, Tartaglia? Has she traced his call yet?
I think she's getting it now, Muggerman.
You said anything yet, Danny?
Still crying. Hello? Hello? When she first called in, didn't she say anything?
Some gibberish. I couldn't understand what she was talking about. Then she started crying. All I could make at first was the word shot.
Danny?
Trace the call?
Yeah, here's the address. Phone listed to a Theodore Lawrence.
Oh, wait a minute. Hello? 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 Here, give me that address.
Here.
Let's go, Muggerman. Try the bell, huh, Muggerman?
Huh?
The bell, there.
Oh, sure. Now let's try it my way, huh, Danny? All right, open up. Open up.
Now try the...
Yeah, Danny. It opens with hardly no trouble at all. Very fancy place. Tasty, classy.
Come on.
Hey, these paintings, Danny. Piled with paint. Chicken scratches scratched into them. Modern, huh? Must have a meaning, huh, Danny? A message?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll try not to. Danny?
Uh-huh?
Phone here on the desk. You ever see a desk like this? Copper wire and marble. Phone's back on the hook. Lady who called it in.
I'll take a look in the other room, Muggerman. Muggerman.
Second, Danny. Hey, what I found on that desk. Oh, you found the jackpot, huh? Just him and no crying lady.
Shot with a .45, I figure.
Yeah, it had to be at least a .45. Close. He's dead. Maybe not more than an hour, I'd say.
What'd you find on the desk?
Here. Bills, circulars from book clubs, private book societies, all addressed to a Theodore Lawrence. Hey, Danny?
What?
All that fancy art out there, the oil pictures, the carved stones, the silk nightcoat the man's wearing, monogram. Well, Mr. Lawrence was killed. He was a well-to-do fella, huh? A rich fella. I'll call it in, huh, Danny?
Through the window, the first sunlight, mixing with civilization.
Hey, Cap! Cap!
And closer.
This is Detective Muggerman, operator. Give me homicide.
And it started all over again. Leave it. The ride home, the small walk, slow walk from squad car to doorway and corridor and numbered door. Pull down the bed, sleep. Noon, rise and swelter, shower and swelter, office and air conditioning and swelter. And Detective Muggerman.
Got some things here, Danny.
Okay.
Dead man positively identified as Theodore Lawrence. Fingerprints. A small parade of friends at the morgue, elbowing to be first in line to look at him and dab the handkerchief and say, poor Ted.
You talked to any of his friends?
I got some names and addresses, most of them women. All dressed real nice. From $100 up for basic garment, I figure.
I mean talk to them, information.
I tried to. Lips quivered. Just said that Ted was a good fella. That he was rich. That he was too young, too sensitive to die. And why'd it have to happen to him?
Okay, what else have you got?
Oh, we know who was crying over the telephone.
Oh?
A woman named Grace Austin.
Prince?
Yeah.
Police record, what?
No, I worked in the war industry during the last war. Prints on file. Here's what we have on her as of 7 years ago.
Yeah. Grace Austin, married, no children, height 5 feet 4 inches, weight 126, age 22.
Make it 29 now.
You only say that because you rapidly figure 22 and 7.
Yeah, 29.
I'll speak to the commissioner in your behalf.
Well, don't just sit there. Do it.
Muggerman,
Oh. The heat, Danny.
Did you check and see whether Grace Austin still lived at this address?
Not yet. I'm just on my way from getting this info, so I'll do it now.
Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself.
It's not going to shake the earth Gracie's not here, is it, Mr. Clover? I'm her husband, and I can live without her for an hour, maybe two if I have to. So if a husband can do, why should...
Where is she, Mr. Austin?
You notice what a nice morning outside? You happen to notice in the papers they're celebrating the nice morning with July clearance sales? Now, if you were a woman, if you were Gracie...
That's where your wife is, Mr. Austin, shopping?
Once in a while she likes to buy things for herself. Comes home, takes old off, puts on new, models for me. Once in a while it starts all over again with us. Brand new. Because Gracie buys things that turn her into a brand new doll.
Mr. Austin...
No, you. You, Mr. Clover, the police, you talk now. What do you want with Grace?
You know a Theodore Lawrence, Mr. Austin?
What do you want with my wife, Grace?
Look, just answer.
Yeah. Seems to me I know a Lawrence. There's a man named Lawrence around sometimes.
Where?
Athletic club over on Park. I work out there a couple of times a week. The weights, handball. Sometimes the jerseys play the no jerseys. There's a guy, Lawrence. Teddy, they call him. Teddy's always on the team that don't wear jerseys. That's how much I know of Teddy Lawrence.
Athletic club on Park Avenue?
I got a record in a hammer throw from college. Also guard on the football team. Some of those Park Avenue boys were in school with me. They admired. They remembered. Gave me a guest card to their velvet club. Don't cost me a cent. That's how come me in Park Avenue. Now, what do you want with my wife, Grace?
Theodore Lawrence was murdered last night.
Doesn't change the question. It stands for the police.
A woman called into headquarters last night. All she did was cry. Then she said, Dad, Dad, Dad.
Gracie?
We traced the call. It checked out with a Theodore Lawrence. We went there. Found Lawrence. Shot. Murdered.
Gracie?
This morning, the police lab reported fingerprints belonging to a Grace Austin were found on the phone and all over Lawrence's apartment. Were you with your wife last night, Mr. Austin? That's your phone, Mr. Austin.
Yeah, my phone. Hello? Yeah, that's right. This is Johnny Austin. What? You crazy? Not Gracie, not... Bad? Will you tell me, Bad? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got it right away.
Mr. Austin?
You got a car outside?
Well, yes, what?
You got a car? I haven't got a car. That's why you're going to take me someplace.
What's happened?
You're taking me, you hear, to where Gracie's hurt. To where Gracie's hurt real bad. You better take me, you hear?
And a great scream of city to pin the images of summer against curb, against stone facades. And a man caught in the middle of the street, helpless, terrified, alone against the onrush of wailing. And the screech and swerve around his terror. And from the man beside you, the sudden spill of laughter. The looking back at where was fright. And nothing again from Johnny Austin, the siren to give his silence throat. And downtown now, West 17th, and turn right to where an alley is, and crowd in shirt sleeves. The small wet stain of summer on men's backs. Turn off the moan. And go to it. You and Johnny Austin. Johnny Austin muscling his way through summer spectators to a corner of alley where a woman lay in thin summer dress, head twisted and veil of hair matted against her cheek, mouth held against alley stone.
Gracie! Gracie? You wanted Gracie? I brought you to her. Take her. She's no good to me, dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Later tonight, don't miss CBS Radio's Gangbusters program. When a fugitive makes a deal with a shady character to hide him out, he learns that some things can be worse than prison. It's an actual case history taken from police records, one that'll hold your interest all the way. So listen for Gangbusters later tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations.
Golden sun trip hammers its gold and its arc into Broadway and causes reaction, chemical and organic. In pavement, a fissure and a melting and a rearrangement of glints. And in crowd, likewise. And some of crowd stands proud and still and suffers the inner spinnings of summer chemistry. And others of crowd scurry from it to the dark places and the cool, where breezes stir around subway islands, or where forms strange, unknown, contoured, lie buried under beach sand, or best of all, where 3D is, and true to life things are, the striped tiger in your lap, for instance.
or the redhead with one putty undone and to be laced. Summer on Broadway, and a million choices. Have one. And at headquarters, the droning that in another species comes from the rubbing together of wings. But from the species Sergeant Gino Tartaglia comes from rolled up sleeves and secret summer joys, which one can tell by the change of rhythms. Happy, Gino?
Like a blossom on a twig.
Oh.
You could ask me why.
What?
It's allowed to ask why I am up to here in gladness.
All right, why?
Just a nonce ago, a phone call from a girl of 19, unmarried.
You sure you want to tell me about it, Gino?
Caught you, huh, Danny? You're thinking, Danny.
Look, Gino...
And what if I was to tell you the 19-year-old was my eldest, Tina? And what if I was to tell you she has been invited rent-free to stay at the lodge of her boyfriend, Otto Lingschmidt, in his summer place in the Poconos, while his father and mother are there to chaperone and to look her over as a future possible Lingschmidt. Them and their thousands from leather goods. You'd be disappointed, huh, Danny?
I'm happy for you, Gino, for you and Tina.
And the strangeness is, there are other chaps, whose name I won't mention, who are not in the lucrative leather line, who are right under my nose, who have but to crook a little finger in the direction of a certain 19-year-old, she would go poof in the face of
You
that.
got something for me, Gino?
Yeah, you can't hate a daddy for trying, Danny. Yeah, I have something.
Well?
That lady, that Grace Austin, who, while with her husband, you found murdered in an alley, shot from an unknown revolver.
What about her?
That from routine checks and interrogations made by Detective Muggerman in the Austin neighborhood, there was a nice relationship between husband and wife. Affectionate, respectful, real nice. Some of these last summer nights they were seen walking hand in hand toward the river or park. The neighbors played elbows over it.
Anything else, Gino?
Also from Detective Muggerman, a report on his interrogation of the woman who came to view the body of Theodore Lawrence.
Well, Gino...
A moment, Danny, to brief it for you. The code words. Mr. Lawrence, sensitive, emotional, wealthy, a gentle youth, tender, solicitous. Again, wealthy. Here's another sensitive and another wealthy. That's the gist, Danny. You want...
Come on, Danny. Something you got to see. Also here.
The custom is, Detective Muggerman, that when the lieutenant's doors
Sure,
close...
Gino. Next time I'll think of it. Interrogation room, Danny. You coming or not?
For what?
Now, trust me for what, huh, Danny? Just come. Thanks a lot, Danny. You too, Gino.
You stupid jerk! You weak-livered, mealy-mouthed nothing! Nothing! Big man, you gotta make yourself a big man because you're nothing!
Shut up! You hear? Just shut up!
Muggerman, what?
Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Babcock. I want you to know them better. Come on.
That's right, Eddie. Get that tired old squeeze. Look, I know what you want to do. You want to hit me, don't you, huh?
Okay, Mrs. Babcock, just settle
He
down.
said to me, shut up. He got that look on his face. He yelled, shut up.
Yeah, we heard, Mrs. Babcock. All over they heard. Now, just sit down over there.
I'm going to sit here and not open my mouth. Eddie wants to be a big man. Let him be big. Big Eddie, ha!
You said you weren't going to open your mouth.
Hey.
She looks nice that way, don't she, Mr. Muggerman?
All right, Muggerman, what's it all about?
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Babcock were dragged in an hour ago for disturbing the peace of their neighborhood. Precinct boys questioned them, then sent them to us. Now, you tell Lieutenant what it's about, huh, Mr. Babcock?
Yeah, you see, this watch. My wife doesn't want me to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you no matter what she says. Here, take it. Go on. Take it, Lieutenant.
Mealy mouth.
Please, take it, Lieutenant.
All right.
Thanks. Now it won't bother me anymore. Now I got it out of my system.
What won't bother you, Mr. Babcock?
Well, it's not my watch. Just isn't mine, that's all. If you want to say we stole it, all right, but...
Go on, Mr. Babcock.
Appraised for $300. That's what it was. And Eddie wouldn't sell it or hock it or trade it in or kiss it. Not Eddie. Not
Go
my
on,
big...
Mr. Babcock.
How I got the watch. Her and me, about 3 weeks ago, we were walking. Just walking. Noticed the crowd and some people yelling and pointing. It was a fire in some apartment, and we got up close. Look, Lieutenant, I don't know if I meant to keep it. I just don't know.
Just tell the lieutenant how you got the watch, Mr. Babcock.
Well, somebody in the crowd yelled, "There's a man asleep in that apartment!" And a guy, a big guy, not nice-looking man, tossed his jacket over, and I caught it. And he ran inside. Saved the man who was asleep in that burning apartment. Then, all a commotion, he just never came back for his jacket, and I couldn't get close to him, and there was his wristwatch in it, just like you see, without the straps, just like that. I haven't even wound it since...
The man who was saved, Danny, it was Theodore Lawrence, same man we found murdered. I checked the records on it.
Well, you see, the fellow who saved him, see, I read his name in the papers today, how he found his wife murdered in the alley. The same name on the back of that watch. I thought it was high time I gave it back. You'll get it to him?
Danny, look at the inscription on the back.
Yeah. To Johnny Austin, a true champ, the bicep kid, our Johnny.
You'll get it to Mr. Austin, huh, Lieutenant? His wife dead, and me and my wife keeping the... Get it to Mr. Austin?
Yeah. Let's go, Mugman.
Get it to Mr. Austin. Get it to him. Get it to him. Get it to him. You happy? You satisfied, Eddie? You're a big man now, huh? Eddie, listen to me!
And leave Mr. and Mrs. Babcock and what the Department of Police had in store for them. Detail now the filling in, pose a name, Ted Lawrence, and come up with notations. Ted Lawrence identified in morgue by various friends who had tarried long enough to grimace, nod, and leave addresses. So legwork now. Park Avenue ride. First horizontal, then vertically to where furniture is sandalwood in oblique angles and rugs are woven reeds. The man, the reclining man who balances right heel on left toe, blows circles of smoke within circles, and who tells you that Ted Lawrence could do the same trick with a hookah, that it's a Turkish pipe, sir, and it's not easy. Outside of that, the only thing about Ted Lawrence is that he's dead, and you already know that, sir. And that was life, he guessed. Vertical ride again, and to car. Cross town to Central Park West. And a girl who wears horn-rimmed glasses with silver-coated lenses, so she can see your eyes, but you can't see hers, she tells you. Who reads poetry aloud to music, and who makes you wait while she does. Then tells you Teddy Lawrence was way ahead of her, mister. Just a guy to meet and wonder about, and make a wish about, that's all. Short walk now, and this time the woman's name is Elsie Honecker.
Please come in.
And Miss Honecker's apartment is furnished completely in white. And so is Miss Honecker.
There's something you want. I know.
Information about Ted Lawrence.
I don't quite believe it, you know. And I'm not going to believe it. Did you hear me?
That's all right. You don't have to believe it. Just tell me about him.
A heady boy.
So? What does that mean?
He used his mind a great deal. He was mental.
Go on.
He had theories.
About what?
I don't know. How should I know?
Miss Honecker.
Yes?
Do you mind telling me what you're talking about? You said Ted Lawrence had...
Theories. How to live, how to die, for what reason each. Nobody understood what he was talking about.
I see.
At least I didn't. Once I just loved the boy. That's all. Who wants to listen to him?
What happened between you?
I would say you wouldn't understand.
Well, you said once... Well, what happened? How come you're not in love with him anymore?
One night we decided not to be in love anymore. Simply that. I don't remember who suggested it. It's been months ago. You wouldn't expect me to remember.
Who killed him, Miss Honecker?
I've often tried to, but we always ended up giggling. I don't know what he did away from here, Mr. Clover. Believe me, I don't.
Glance curiously down the languid curve of wrists she offers you and wonder what to do about it. But Miss Honecker solves the dilemma by taking them away from you and pointing toward the door. Outside now, in twilight time, a time fashioned for those who believe in magic. Strollers in the park time, stand and watch the strollers time, and smile time. Interval designed for the eyes open dream. So use it up at the restaurant that offers you food through a trapdoor and exactly as much iced coffee as the man before you. Then, legwork again, and another woman who had cast a tear over Ted Lawrence at the morgue, who gives you to know that she only identified the man out of common courtesy because everyone else did, that Ted Lawrence was no friend of hers. Simply she had read about him in the papers and wanted to see for herself. Leave, and another address, and a basement apartment in the village, upon the highest cushion of which resided a man named Russell Franklin.
We used to be such good friends, Teddy and I.
Well, that's fine. Then maybe you can give me some idea why.
Is there enough light for you in here?
Well, now that you...
Personally, I enjoy the play of shadow on shadow, don't you?
Oh, very much.
Over Kafka we met, Teddy and I, at a bookstall.
Go on.
He was a very interesting fellow. Did you hear what I did?
Huh?
I referred to Teddy in the past tense. It's hard to realize, isn't it? I can see how you're looking at me, Mr. Clover. And you must take my word. It was not I who put him there, in the past tense, as it were.
Well, just tell me about...
He was unusual.
In what way?
Things interested him. The really important things, not the everyday run-of-the-mill things like war and taxes and, well, the important things.
Like what?
Poetry.
What else?
Quartets, stringed, and music not yet discovered.
Go on.
Well, there are a few of us here who come here who like these things. We admired Teddy. He stopped coming around.
Do you know why?
I asked around. Don't you think I didn't?
I never thought that for a minute. You asked, Mr. Franklin, and what were you told?
That he was seeing a woman that none of us knew or even heard about. And from what I understand, well, real crazy.
What was the woman's name?
You think I'd tell you?
We can discuss that in a cell, Mr. Franklin.
Her name is Austin, Mr. Clover. Grace Austin.
Do you read the papers, Mr. Franklin?
Le Matin. It's from France.
Well, Grace Austin was found murdered this morning.
How sad. Is that all, Mr. Clover? Well, switch out that light on your way out. I'll appreciate it.
Hello, Mr. Austin. This is Detective Muggerman.
Hi.
Hi. Mind if we come in?
What for?
Thanks a lot.
Look, I'm in no mood to clown.
That's good.
We want you to tell us again how come you knew Ted Lawrence?
Well,
He played handball without a jersey. Remember? You told Lieutenant Clover that.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's how you met him, huh? He walked up to you one day at the club and said, let's have a game.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. I served first. Only time I ever won service.
Give me the watch, Muggerman.
Yeah. Here.
Yours, Johnny?
Read him what it says on the back, Danny.
Oh. To Johnny Austin, a true champ.
Sure, it's mine.
Well, why are you so coy about being a hero, Johnny?
How'd you get the watch?
It was in your coat pocket the night of the fire.
Oh, thanks. Glad to have it back.
Yeah, we got your coat out in the car. You can get it on the ride downtown.
What are you talking about?
That's how you met Ted Lawrence, wasn't it? Pulled him out of a fire. That's how come...
Stinking watch. I broke the band. In my pocket because I was going to get it fixed. You want the watch? Keep the watch. It's worth a couple of $100. I told you I didn't feel like clowning.
What did Ted Lawrence do for you for saving his life?
Lieutenant asked you a question.
Paid me off.
How?
Gave me a few $100, a couple of meals at his joint.
You bring your wife along?
Sure. Say, what?
Yes?
What do you fellas got in your mind?
I'll tell you something, Johnny. I took a call when your wife phoned into headquarters. She was crying. She was crying a lot.
I don't know what you're talking about. Clover, I don't know what your friend's talking about.
You know. I told you your wife was at Lawrence's apartment, that she found him dead.
That's right. She did. You told me.
Then she called headquarters.
Yeah, I remember now.
Did your wife come home after that, Johnny?
You kidding?
Yeah, Danny, you kidding?
Your friend's a big clown.
She come home?
Sure, if you want an answer.
Yeah, we want another one, too. What time did you kill your wife?
What?
Well, not that it makes any difference because we know what time. We just want to see how good our coroner is.
She was killed late last night. That's what our coroner said.
How good is he, Johnny?
You guys...
She came home and you took her for a walk and shot her.
All right, now, you guys, why should I do anything like that?
Next thing we'll be saying is that you killed Ted Lawrence, too.
Didn't you?
You guys got twisted, warped minds or something? You know yourself I saved his life.
And so he got to meet your wife.
Well, why not? He was real grateful.
And the kind of man he was, your wife went for him.
Crazy guy like that, and my wife went for... What kind of a wife?
The kind who went for a crazy guy like that?
You loved your wife very much, didn't you?
Yeah.
You couldn't understand what she saw in
Well,
him.
what did she see in him?
An arty guy. Strange. I can't figure out what.
Me either.
You killed him.
Coming in my house and talking like he did, and Gracie looking at him and taking it all in.
You saved his life, and then you killed him.
And all of a sudden they were talking secret talk between them over my head.
And you killed him?
Yeah.
And your wife.
We've been married 8 years. It was real good. My wife was a good swimmer. And I was in one gym playing handball. She was in the ladies' gym playing volleyball. We had wonderful times together. And this guy comes along with poetry.
Just the opposite kind of man you are.
That's right, exactly. That's what I told Gracie, and she says to me, you don't know, you just don't know. Sure, I killed him. She said she'd tell the police I killed her, too. Then I did something I never did before in my life.
What?
I cried. But don't get any ideas, fellas. I'm still a better man than either one of you.
Sure you are.
Sure.
Let's go, Johnny.
It's quiet now on Broadway. It's the 4 o'clock in the morning hour, the hour without color. But in a while, dawn will dip down, and there will be fury again, and roar again, and crowd. The restless wandering, the puppet dance, the running after nothing at all. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Ellis was heard as Johnny. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Charlotte Lawrence, Hy Averback, and Sam Edwards. Bill Anders speaking. Tomorrow night you have an appointment for lightning action with Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Hear this danger-loving sleuth as he wades into the Chapel Hill case, a killing in a quiet community that takes place while police are in convention there. Remember, on most of these same CBS radio stations tomorrow night, Richard Diamond, private detective. Stay tuned now for the Gene Autry Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway flips the calendar, stares at the word December, holds chin between thumb and forefinger, and wonders, what happened? Winter is here, and the year is suddenly dying. Proof positive, the wind rising from the river that twists a headline around an ankle, lifts it up again, flattens it against the gutter, and there it is in boldface. So many shopping days left. So the evergreens are chopped, mounted, dyed blue, and tinseled. Token of holiday season, token that time's getting narrow for the layaway plan. So get with it. All you need's $1. It'll hold the dream till Christmas. You follow the decorations downtown and take a left. East 37th, for the season is manifest by holly in apartment windows and electric candles, And the latest thing, Merry Christmas in phosphorus paint to glow in the dark. 11 o'clock time, nighttime where I was, in Miss Gaffney's apartment. And Miss Gaffney.
Look at the joint, will you?
I'm looking. I've been looking for the last 5 minutes, Miss Gaffney. Now, will you settle down and tell me what...
2 years, I say, to get a full-length mirror. Now look at it. Bing! And now look what I've got. Confetti.
You ready to tell me what happened?
You know what happened. What's been happening around this neighborhood for the last couple of nights?
I mean to you.
I was trying on in front of the mirror, that's what. And that sniper took a pot shot at me.
Why didn't you pull the blind down?
At my age.
Well, you're lucky. You see the slug?
Huh?
Here, look on it. Embedded here in the mirror backing. 38, head high. Like I said, lucky.
Yeah. And I was standing right here. 2 more inches and Myrtle Gaffney...
That's right. Now, let's take it from the beginning. Did you notice anyone following you tonight when you got home?
I could have been killed.
Or anyone loitering around outside?
He could have killed me, and you stand here and
We don't even know what he looks like, Miss Gaffney. We want you to help.
He could have killed me. He could have killed me, shot me dead, killed me.
And their thin-lipped anger, the tightening hysteria fitted themselves into the pattern of the city's newest violence. And there was the other emotion, that the shattering of mirror had been this close to the shatter and burst of her life. That her life had been balanced on the bad aim of a man with a gun. That her life had been target for indiscriminate fury. And against terror was only this.
You protect me, you hear? That's what you people are paid for. To protect helpless, lonely women, you hear?
And give her the promise, and phone it in. And leave her now to darkness and bolted doors and windows blinded and locked against another coming of death. And walk this winter streets to where a room is, and hot plate, and minute coffee. And for a while after that, wander the narrow room. And for a while after that, sleep. And next day at headquarters is used in attendance at lineups where Miss Gaffney can identify no one. In marking areas on a map, trying to plot the boundaries of a sniper's violence. The cultured calm of the woman on the phone who was very definite she was next on the sniper's list, but was unafraid. And suddenly there's quick winter twilight, and the comment upon it by Detective Muggavan.
Look at him, Danny. Millions running home to a hot supper and take what eats you out on the kids. A way to live, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Me? My life is suddenly mixed up with panicky ladies who've had pot shots taken at them. That Lois Stewart over on West 31st.
You've already told me about her.
She wrote me a little poem how her life was really contained in that flower vase the sniper shot to pieces in her flat. She wrote it down for me. Here, I'll read it.
You've already read it to me.
Will you take the reaction of this Lois Stewart and pose it against the reaction of Mrs. B. Morris on West 32nd? Did I tell you about her?
No, but I'll read it in your report.
This one cried a lot. Hung on to me. She was putting in a light bulb, she told me, when wham, through the window the sniper shot the bulb, right? I'll get it, Danny. Lieutenant Clover's office, Detective Muggavan. Yeah. Yeah, where? 2126. Got it. Maybe this time, Danny.
Maybe this time what?
3-4 people spotted a guy running across the roof, apartment house 2126 West 39. Guy was carrying a rifle.
Let's go.
Lieutenant. They got him, Lieutenant. Bringing him down.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, here they come. Let me go. I want to go home. Let me go. I'll take him, officer. Come on. Take your hands off of me.
Find the gun, officer?
No, but he had a gun. We'll find it.
Get him in the car, Muggavan. Hand me the flash, Muggavan.
Yeah. Here. He's a kid.
What's your name, son?
Mickey. Mickey Ruick. How old are you, Mickey? Going on 16. You live near here? No, Brooklyn.
What are you doing here?
You were on that roof with a gun. What were you doing there? What'd you do with the gun? I want to go home.
Go home, Mickey. Later. First, we want to know what you were doing prowling around on that roof with a gun.
You like to shoot at women, Mickey? I didn't shoot at anybody. Come on, kid. You just tell us. We'll understand. You like all this publicity you're getting, being called a sniper, scaring everybody. You like it, don't you?
Makes you feel pretty big, doesn't it, Mickey?
I didn't shoot at anybody. I read it.
Go on, Mickey.
I read in the papers about the sniper.
Found the gun, Lieutenant.
Here, thanks.
In the alley. You must have eased it off the roof.
Take a look.
Plastic. Tough to tell from the real thing. Is this your gun, Sonny? Yeah, it's mine. Where'd you get it? I took it. All right, I stole it.
Department store. This afternoon after I read about the sniper, a toy shop. Look.
Yeah?
I was playing, that's all.
You read books tell you how to play like this?
Lieutenant means comic books, things like that. You.
What?
You're a real lieutenant, huh?
Well, what about it, Mickey?
Can I see your gun?
Turn him over to Juvenile, Muggavan. Then you can start looking for a sniper all over again.
Danny, it's all right I disturbed you for a minute.
Come on in, Dr. Sinsky. I was just...
Yeah, I see what you're doing, Danny. May I also look at the portraits?
A series of them, Doctor. Take your pick. The department artist sketched them from fragmentary descriptions given us by the women who were shot at by the sniper, helpful bystanders, few crackpots. All different.
These are the faces of violence, huh, Danny?
Anybody's face.
So what you look for is anybody. A killer who's been denied the death of women, perhaps because of some slight defect of vision. Perhaps because his family didn't buy him the eyeglasses he needed when he was a child.
Whatever it is that kept him from killing, let's not knock it, huh, Dr. Sinsky?
I don't know how to apologize for my feeble attempts at irony, Danny.
I forget it.
Yeah, I'll try to do that. I heard Detective Muggavan brought in a boy to juvenile, a boy prowling rooftops with a plastic gun.
Uh-huh.
How old was he, Danny?
We're going on 16, he said.
A boy. A child. And images of a world behind window shades and hatred for it. This sniper, Danny.
And what about him?
Find a man whose face matches an artist's sketch and then look behind it and underneath it. And remember another child who prowled rooftops with a plastic gun.
Mrs. Sinsky, Danny?
Oh, what is it, Jim?
That sniper chap.
Yeah?
He's at it again. House 1843 East 39. Just came in over the phone. Also?
Also what, do you know?
This time, he didn't miss.
Any comment, Doctor? Any observation you care to make on how we're really dealing with a frustrated child? How we should treat him?
No. No comment, Danny.
In that case, get me a squad card, you know. And go there. In what was night-still brownstone house with an early Christmas tree lighted in its living room window, its promise to be viewed from the street has become this. Cluster and steaming whisper of crowd peering close through window, beyond tree to where lay another promise. The yet unopened and hidden gift of the season's violence. And get past them and inside is a woman sprawled against fabric of sofa, and a man kneeling at her feet.
Blanche, listen to me. Just listen. There'll be a doctor in a minute, and he'll know what to do. Blanche, please.
Mister...
What? What do you want?
I'm from the police.
I'll get out of your way. She's dead, isn't she? My wife's dead. I knew it all.
It has to have been quick. Where the bullet struck just above the eye. Had to be quick.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to let them know. I want to let those people outside know.
She's dead. That's what you're waiting for, isn't it? She's dead. Wait, I'll show you. Now you can have a good look. Look at my wife. Look at my dead wife. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The merry, merry holidays begin their swift curve into the canyon street, and Broadway rushes the season. Against the distant cry of on dancer, on prancer, the sleek dancers, the eager prancers bargain for the sprig of mistletoe, buy it, hang it in the doorway. Under it strike the holiday pose, and watch the winter women walk by, the scented fur hugged close, December wind rippling it against their cheeks, their mouths. The same wind that breathes them away from you. So, shrug a shoulder, kid. Make jaunty the scarf and relax. Under no Yuletide tree will it be barren. according to the advertisements. Where I was, winter's night blowing through newly shattered window into a room where mantelpiece was simulated marble, where fireplace was 3 gas logs neatly arranged, never consumed, where furniture was draped with embroidered fringed cloth. And this, room where death was.
You're cold, mister. I'll turn on a fire.
Never mind.
I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have broken open the window and yelled at those people. They'll think I'm crazy.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Dudley.
Tell me something, mister.
What?
You've been around where people have been killed. Women, a man's wife, for instance. You see that a lot, don't you?
Hmm?
Well, the husbands of those other women you've seen dead, what did they do? What did they say? I want to know so I won't louse up the etiquette.
Oh, Mr. Dermot.
They cry like I did. They go out of their head like I did. Tell me, mister.
You really need to know.
No, I got all I need to know. A little while ago, I had a wife. Now I got a man. Blanche. Not how she is now, not how she was yesterday, sick, and the day before, a year before. But how Blanche was when she was young, when she was a girl. I should thank him. I should thank her killer. He left me remembering it.
Tell me how it happened, Mr. Dennis.
You know it happened. The sniper, he finally got a bullseye. My wife.
Were you here in this room with her?
Yeah, I was here in the room with her.
Did you notice anything? Hear anything?
I was in this room with Blanche. We were talking over who to give presents to this year, who we were going to get presents from.
Did you see anyone outside? Did anyone follow you home?
I'll run the evening down for you. 6 o'clock, I got home from work. 6:30, Blanche put dinner on the table like she did every night. We eat, we talk, then she clears the table, washes the dishes. I go to the living room, sit in my chair and read. Then I help her change into a nightgown and robe, and she comes in here with her embroidery, and we talk or we don't talk, depending on how she felt that day. Tonight was different. Tonight she felt good. And then she got killed.
But you understand, Mr. Dermot. You understand why?
No. I'm dense. I understand nothing. I don't understand how a crazy killer roams around loose when we got a smart police force like you. I don't understand why Blanche is dead. Do something for me, honest.
What?
Leave me alone for a minute so I can figure it out, huh?
Watch him move away from you to the lonely place. The couch where his wife is dead. And watch him kneel again at her feet. And for a little while, the time he needed. Go to the door, whisper to the official intruders. They understand. It gives them the interval to adjust focus and cameras, to test with current wit the spring and snap of steel tape, to smooth and make neat the folds of shroud. Then there's spill into the room, and the man's instant is gone. So leave there. Go home. And a new winter morning at headquarters, and the joyous tidings of Sergeant Gino Pasaglia. Were you happy, Gino?
In me, Danny, you are gazing upon a contented fellow.
Well, I'm glad.
Chuckling because last night was the Tartaglia night at our neighbors, the Renboms. Contented because a frolicsome time was had by all and sundry.
Oh, Gino.
Among which sundry was Fargo Rembom, a veritable cop.
Fargo Rembom?
The western outlet for the Remboms, an uncle from Nevada, who did last night descend upon the eastern branch and did shower them with western-type goodies. Indian blankets, beaded belts, an Indian doll carrying on her back in lieu of a papoose, a bottle of Smirnoff's vodka. And for me, a feathered chief's headdress, which I will be glad to model for you come lunchtime.
Gino,
Oh, Danny, wait till you catch a gang of Chief Minnehaha Tartaglia. First to work, and then...
I hate to spoil your fun.
What must be, must be. In the matter of the deceased Mrs. Blanche Dermot, report from technical. Felled with a .38 caliber bullet of same type and markings as the sniper has been prone to use on other ladies. But with Mrs. Dermot, he made expert. Right above the eye.
Anything else, Gino?
From Detective Mugovan and others at work on the case during the night. This report from neighbors on Mrs. Dermot adds up to a nil. 12 years in the neighborhood, Danny. None of the neighbors knew her. All they knew, she was very quiet and a non-mixer.
How about her husband?
Has a little novelty shop on 7th Avenue. Open 9, close 5:30. Always bringing home novelties and gimcracks to the neighbors' kids. And that's
Do something for me, huh, Gino?
Anything?
Get a policewoman. Have her go out and buy herself a house dress. Then have her report to me in an hour.
Sure. But you want to see me in feathers?
Just get her, huh, Gino? And the setting up of it. Policewoman. Empty apartment in the neighborhood where the other shooting had taken place.
Daytime chores for nighttime trap. And it was done. Then let the day drift backward into December. Watch it from the window at headquarters. Walk with it briefly. Twice to the corner restaurant where the food is always an adventure. Back to the office again, and the window. And see day bleed.